recording, start streaming. And there we go. Sweet. Okay, I'm going to let the camera run for a second. I'm going to start the kettle for tea. And also get some water. I will be right back. In the meantime, enjoy my impromptu convention table setup and the decorations on my wall. On second thought, I'll save the tea for later. Brought a donut over. All right. There's my water. Excellent. All right. So, you're probably watching this stream and wondering, wait, why are you streaming on a Sunday? Your usual schedule is Tuesdays and Saturdays at 2 p.m. EST. This is entirely different. What's going on? So today, I was originally going to showcase at Northwest Ohio Comics Show. However, the bad news is they canceled the show pretty much at the last minute, did not email me until, they didn't email me at all. I had to look at their Facebook page to see the notification that they had canceled the show. And that was after I had paid $50 for a table spot at their show. Never emailed me about it. I highly doubt I'm going to get a refund. So, and I didn't find out until I had driven to the venue and then went, wait, why is no one here? And then I looked at their Facebook page and saw that the show was canceled. So I wasted time driving there and back. I wasted gas and I wasted money. That's the bad news. The good news is, because I'm angry enough to do this, I set up my table and I'm going to just showcase all of my work here instead. And we're going to be streaming this until about 4 o'clock. Why 4 o'clock? Because the original show was going to run from about 9:30 a.m. until 4 p.m. It took me some time to drive up there, realize it was canceled, drive back, set everything up, and then send out an email to my email newsletter peeps, post on Instagram about it, and post on my Discord servers about this. So, now that all of the tech stuff is set up and done, and now that the table is all set up, I can now get into showing off my work like I would at any other Comicon. So today's stream is going to be showing off my stuff, doing some live readings, answering any questions that you might have, or answering questions that are super common that I get at Comic Cons, and we will go from there. First, I'm going to have some water. Later, right around that break point, I'd say probably about 1 or 2 o'clock, we'll have some lunch. So, let us begin with just the wide array. This is how I would usually set up a 4 or 6 foot table or a half table space. At comic conventions, table spaces can be 6 feet or 8 feet in length. More often than not, you're going to get 6 foot table lengths. But there are shows like the Rathacon in Athens, Ohio, that have 8 foot table spaces. And I love 8 foot table spaces because it gives you plenty of room to spread out everything. This is more like the setup that I had at Free Comic Book Day at Toledo Game Room. Thank you, Toledo Game Room, for hosting me for Free Comic Book Day this year. Also, this is the outfit that I would usually wear at comic conventions. This is kind of my lucky outfit. Particularly, this little guy is like my lucky emblem for whenever I travel anywhere. So, this particular table setup is pretty similar to what I had at Free Comic Book Day. The difference is, Free Comic Book Day, I had a double milk crate set up to show off some prints. I did not do that because this is my drafting table desk. It can only handle so much weight. So I just built my new book display setup, and I have everything all laid out here for simplicity's sake. The first book that I would like to highlight is my baby, The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1. I have some restocks of this, and if you go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, you can get this, and the updated stock listing on my Ko-fi shop is accurate. Which, thinking about it, I'm going to add a little text overlay. I forgot to do this earlier, so bear with me for the tech issue stuff. I'm going to add text. And we are going to call this ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. And we're doing this live. Yeah. We're going to make this. I usually use a font called Distinctly Dan. Nice thing about Distinctly Dan is that it looks like handwriting, but it is distinctive. Okay. Excellent. And we're going to call this ko-fi.com. Sometimes you have to enter this information twice. OBS just be like that sometime. There it is. Excellent. All right, we are going to put this here because it contrasts against me. We'll see about maybe making the text a bit larger. I don't know if I can. I guess it won't. But, oh, there it goes. Yay. Okay. We'll go ahead and put that about here-ish. Actually, we'll put this about here-ish. Yes. Okay. About there. Okay. Make it a little bit bigger. And boom. Okay. That way it's legible. It's overhead. You can check out that link. And we have that all set up. I'll go ahead and say this now. I'm also recording this stream. And when I am done streaming live and I'm done recording it, I will upload this onto my YouTube channel as well. And when it's uploaded onto YouTube, I'll put all the relevant links in the doobly-doo. Since this is live on Twitch right now, just head to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford if you would like to check out anything that I am showing off on my table here. Most of this is on my online store at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. However, if there is something on my table that you would like to get and it is not in my online store, just make a one-time donation through this page and make a note telling me what it is that you would like to get, and we will make it happen. Usually with Ko-fi donations, your email is included with the donation, so I can reach out to you that way, or I can message you directly on the Ko-fi platform. But, long story short, if there is something on the table that you would like to get that it is not on my online store, just make a one-time donation, leave a note saying what you would like to get, and we'll make it happen. Water first. All right, back to talking about my baby. The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1. This collects the first 4 chapters plus some bonus material for my webcomic. It is about a pirate and their two best friends treasure hunting in a land full of dragons. And I love this so much. It's so colorful. Anytime that people flip through this at Comic Cons, that's like the first comment that they say is, "Holy crap, this is so colorful." Which, yay, that was the intent. Some of my favorite bits in here include, and I love showing this particular page off to people, or this particular spread off to people, because this encapsulates the kind of humor that I have about everything. So, trying to get the lighting where I want it to be. We're going to start at this panel, where it's like, sure, I'd like that if that's okay with Daniel! Daniel, you have to see this. There's these weird spotted horses with long ass necks on the shore. What? That thing! And it's a giraffe. And they're just like, what? What is that? It's a horse thing. A spotted horse thing. I love them absolutely losing their minds over the sight of a giraffe. It's great. And it concludes with, awesome! I want to ride one. and there will be dragons in future chapters, but there are magical creatures. There's magic history. There's like shenanigans. There's lies and deceptions and spirits, and it's great, and I love it. I'm having so much fun making this thing. Bonus material in the back of the book includes sketch previews for Chapter 5. So this is content that's normally only seen if you're a member of the Ko-fi Comics Club, which is when you make monthly donations to make the comic happen. It's like Patreon that way. So it has sketch previews for Chapter 5. It features the original epilogue for Chapter 1. There's behind the scenes like development sketches. There's a big credits page. These are all of the Kickstarter and Ko-fi backers that helped make this book possible. Shout out to everybody on this list. So that is what you get when you get The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1. And there we go. I have so many copies of Jamie Roberts Volume 1 that it's a little snug in the book display here, so we're just going to handle that with care. I'm going to make sure that folks on Discord got the message. Actually, sometimes I forget that I have Discord just on my phone, so I will check messages there for a second. I also texted a bunch of friends of mine because they originally had plans to see me at this show, and I had to text them all, hey, show got canceled, they didn't tell me. And I especially had to let my friend Sean know because I was going to showcase his book at today's show. I will showcase this next. That'll be next in the roster for showcasing things. But, yeah, I had to let Sean know that the show was canceled because the original plan was to showcase and sell his books at the venue, and then the venue canceled. Go figure. So, let me just... Okay. Well, all right. I posted. Live now on Twitch. If you would like to see how I set up my tables at Comic Cons, go to twitch.tv/Kelsey D. Crawford. I'm streaming until 4 p.m. EST. Boop. Okay, just to remind people. Now, I will be streaming until 4. Right around 3 o'clock is when I'm going to start breaking down the table, and then that way you can see how the breakdown process works. I did not show the table setup process, mostly because I wanted to try to get live as quick as possible, and that didn't really happen until like 11 o'clock-ish. EST. All time slots are Eastern Standard Time. Now, to show off Dance Macabre and Other Works by Sean McGavin. This is something that my involvement with this book was all behind the scenes. So I did the cover art for this, and I paid for an editor to edit through all of the short stories and poetry, although the poetry was mostly edited by me. But I did a lot of the behind the scenes stuff for this book, because this is my friend Sean and his works. Now, if you really like horror stuff, I highly recommend you check out Dance Macabre and Other Works. Now, this is available wherever books are sold online, and that includes Amazon. New versions of this are selling for $10 a piece. If you would like to get your hands on a copy of this, you can head to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and make a one-time donation of $10 plus an additional $5 for shipping costs, unless you're in my area. So a total of $15. If you make a one-time donation of $15, I can ship a copy of this to you. But for Dance Macabre, I would like to read out loud a passage from one of my favorite short stories of his from this book. It's called Boys. Boys is more on the sci-fi end of the short stories. Some of these are, like the Dance Macabre, the title short story, is actually more on the fantasy horror side of things. Like, it's set in a far off time period. And you know, one thing we forgot to add was the table of contents. Oops. That's something to keep in mind for future reprints. Oh, there's the Catacombs, which is also a very good poem. Here we go. Boys. I'll go ahead and read a passage out loud of Boys from Dance Macabre and Other Works. I'm going to angle it this way. That way, for one, the lighting is a little better at this angle, and for another, you can see the cover art by looking at it this way. So, Boys by Sean McGavin, as featured in Dance Macabre and Other Works. I know I had a life before that day, but it only ever comes back to me in pieces. That day, however, I remember perfectly. 12 years old, surrounded by the other kids, my friends and I trying to stay awake as the teacher prattled on and on about some bygone age or whatever. The older kids seemed to have an easier time paying attention, but looking back, they may just have been better at faking it. The younger ones didn't even pretend to not be falling asleep, constantly needing to be prodded awake with a sharp word or two from the teacher. Part of the problem when you only have 40 or so kids in the area. Not a dream scenario for any instructor, but not enough for it to be worth dividing them up. I don't remember our teacher's name, but I remember how he looked clear as day. An elderly black man, tufts of white hair on his chin, but still a full head of hair. He always wore this suit, like the kind we saw in our parents' old pictures. It must have been really old, but he always made it look nice. Most of all, I remember he had the most authoritative yet soothing voice you could ever imagine. It had the unfortunate effect of making us all very sleepy, no matter how much emphasis he put on the importance of the lesson that day, which in turn would lead my little group to start finding ways to entertain ourselves just to stay awake. Boo Boo is playing with some toys in the kitty toy bin in the corner, if you're wondering why there's a bunch of noise. Back to the story. Our favorite game was to look out the window, which we always made sure to sit beside together, and make up conversations that the people passing beneath us were having. Our favorites or when one of the officers would pass by. They always seemed like such stoic hard-asses. We couldn't help but make their conversations especially dark and disturbing, such as Private Jackson lecturing Private Sharpton on how to best cook human legs, which inevitably led us giggling uncontrollably. "Boys," the teacher would yell once our laughing got too loud, "did you hear what I just said?" Of course we had to say no. He gave a frustrated sigh and repeated, "As much as you all may think we know, there are still things out there we know nothing about. This is why we emphasize the importance of staying where it's safe so much, and why if you do encounter something you don't recognize, you should never try to engage it. I said it before, and I will say it again. You never know when you might find something I've said here useful, so please try to pay attention." We would apologize and try to act innocent and attentive until the next wave of distraction washed over us. Once the daily lesson was over, we would bolt from the classroom and run around the base looking for something to do. Someone to torment, some game to play, anything for entertainment. Just boys, like the teacher said. Young kids who only cared about what would keep our interest in that moment. Chasing each other through the disused back streets of the old neighborhood, seeing who could toss a stick over the wall, practicing driving in one of the old abandoned cars that lay strewn here and there. It was all fair game to us. I remember this day, however, was a little special even before everything changed, because it just so happened that all of our parents had decided to go participate in some sort of late night volunteer work. Everyone had to do some late night work at least a few times a week, but this time they had all decided to go together, which meant we would be free to sneak out and roam the base. Everyone knew that was when the cool stuff happened, but also when the scary stuff happened, so we weren't allowed out at night. We met up and decided we wanted to finally get a look at what they were always holding patrols for, so we headed over to the front gate, taking care to avoid the guards. It wasn't easy because some of them were the ones we had been making fun of earlier, and we really had to try not to laugh. We were right next to the gate when the alarm sounded. From where we were standing, we could see Private Sharpton cranking away at the old manual siren, as others throughout the various guard towers around the compound began sounding theirs as well. It wasn't the first time we had heard this, but it had definitely been a while, and we were scared. But not scared enough to not be curious as to what they were seeing. We hid in an alley as the guards all rushed to the front. The spotlights came on. The guards started shouting, and another light honed in on something outside of the gate. The awful noise, something between a groan and a very percussive gurgling. "Ugh, is that what they sound like?" Timmy said, scrunching up his face. If we had a leader, it was Timmy, mostly because he was the tallest. Really thin, he had short black hair, dark brown eyes, always wore this bulky camo jacket his uncle had given him before leaving for another station. "Let's see if we can get a closer look," I said as I crouched down and moved in front of the group. It had become something of a local challenge among the kids to try to see what was on the other side of the gate, though we didn't know anyone who had actually pulled it off. All I could think about was how cool it would be to be the first ones to do it. We're going to end it there, but that is a sample of what you can expect from a Dance Macabre and other works. Let me see if I can find another poem, because I know the Catacombs is one, and there are other ones. Through the Eyes of War is another short story. That one's quite good. A Whisper in the Dark. So, A Whisper in the Dark, a poem by Sean McGavin, as featured in Dance Macabre and other works. And of course an airplane flies overhead just as I'm about to read a poem. Go figure. We'll give the airplane a second. And also, I need to get this out of reach of Boo-Boo. Well, no wonder you were losing your mind. These things. Make sure your cats never get these. There we go.
Oh no, I took away your toy. What are you going to do about it?
Anyway. A Whisper in the Dark by Sean McGavin, as featured in Dance Macabre and other works. On the horizon's fading light, I watch the sun give way to night, and try to ready for the evening's plight, when my slumber shall be fraught with fright. For as the day runs from the dark, those ever watchful rays depart. A frigid fear doth grip my heart, as comes a whisper in the dark. A haunting voice from beyond the grave will call and ask for me to play, while 'neath the sheets I wait and pray for night to turn once more to day. For only when the day's begun the whispers hush and turn to run, chased away by creeping sun, back from whence the whispers come. But soon again we'll do our dance, the whispers wait to cast their trance, and though the urge is strong to glance, I must not let them have that chance. That was a poem from Dance Macabre and Other Works by Sean McGavin. If you would like to get a copy of this, know that this is not listed on my online store, but this is available wherever books are sold online, which includes Amazon and Barnes & Noble. This is $10 list price, but if you would like to get this directly from me, I will let you know, if you buy this directly from me, the split is 80-20, with 80 going to Sean, 20 going to me. It's $10 plus $5 for shipping. If you would like to go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and donate a one-time donation of $15, that'll cover this plus shipping, and we will get that to you. Now for the fun part. There we go. All right. Before I show off any other books, I'll go ahead and show off some paintings. This is a dragon baby painting. This was originally painted for the Dragons a Sketchbook Kickstarter campaign. This one, and I have a companion painted in yellow. This little baby right here. I'm trying to angle it in such a way that you can see him clearly without glare or reflections of anything weird. But these two paintings here are leftovers from the Dragons of Sketchbook Kickstarter campaign. They are on clearance now for $10 each. That does not include shipping, but $10 a piece. They come framed. They will be bubble wrapped and shipped flat to you if you decide to get one, or both. You can totally get both if you want to, but they are on clearance. They're $10 a piece. Shipping for US buyers is $5. For anybody based in the UK, it's $10. Just letting you know. And actually, in front of that is a sticker sheet, and this leads to something that I forgot to set up before the stream started. So I'm going to actually go into ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and fix a thing. Because we're going to do something a little different for this next offering. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get into the listing for The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1. And the nice thing is Ko-fi lets me do the option of turning on something called Pay What You Want. And that's what I'm going to do with The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1. I'm going to enable Pay What You Want. Minimum price for The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1 is $25. With Pay What You Want, you can add additional to that, because the special that I was going to run at today's Comicon, but today's Comicon got canceled, so I'm running it here instead. The special is, I have an entire stack, a lot of these sticker sheets. These are the magical artifacts from The Legend of Jamie Roberts. Some of these have been featured in the story already. Some will be featured in later chapters. But this is a collection of stickers of artifacts from The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1. Today's special is, if you go into the listing for The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1, in my online store, you can pay $25 just for the book. But if you add an additional $5 to it, or however much you decide that you want to add, because it's pay what you want, but it's a $25 minimum to get the book. But with pay what you want, you pay what you think is fair for this sticker sheet. And I will add the sticker sheet for free, or the difference that you pay for with the pay what you want, to this. So again, just to clarify, because I know that was confusingly worded, the base book for The Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1 is $25. I have enabled pay what you want on the shop listing for this book. If you just pay the $25, you'll get the book. If you add a little bit more, what you think is fair, I will add this to the order. That is the special that I am running for these, because these don't have an individual listing on my online store. So I just enabled pay what you want for this. Again, minimum $25 gets you the book. But if you pay more than that, then I will include this with the order. Okay. Now, I'll go ahead and feature something that is very oddball, at least in terms of convention table setup. What I want to feature is exclusive to my online store. This is normally something you cannot get at comic conventions, but I made a little display for this. It is the Character Compendium Volume 1. If you scan the QR code, you can download it from my Ko-fi shop. You can also go to ko-fi.com/KelseyDCrawford to check out the Character Compendium Volume 1. This will be in the shop under downloads. So this is a PDF, actually. This is just a flyer/placeholder to show this off. And the QR code here, I'll go ahead and hold this up a little closer so that if you wanted to, you could scan this QR code. But if you scan the QR code, it'll take you directly to the listing on my online store. The Character Compendium Volume 1 is minimum $1. Again, pay what you think is fair, because Ko-fi as an online store enables that feature, and I love it for that. But the Character Compendium, bringing it back, the Character Compendium Volume 1, I got the idea for this because I was driving one day and I thought, you know, game masters and people who run tabletop RPGs are often called to make up characters on the spot. What if there was a compendium of non-player characters that a GM could just flip to a random page and boom, there's a character there? And that's what the Character Compendium Volume 1 is for. The Volume 1 has roughly 10 to 13 characters to choose from. Most of them are set for fantasy worlds, although there are a handful that could go into other genres. Like there is a vampire character that could be good for possibly Vampire the Masquerade, which leads into this next selling point. In the Character Compendium, each individual character listing comes with some basic description. It comes with what it is that they want and what it is that they fear. And there are character stat blocks. There are two. The first stat block is for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition and Pathfinder. That first stat block, that's what the systems are compatible with. The second stat block is suggestions for anything powered by the apocalypse. So, trying to cover all the bases for the Character Compendium Volume 1. Now, the thing about this book is that everything in the book is a suggestion. If there's something that you see, particularly with the Powered by the Apocalypse suggested character stats, and you're like, I'm going to change it around. Absolutely, that is okay. But these are all suggestions. These are ideas and jumping off points. That is the intent with the Character Compendium Volume 1. Again, if you would like to get a copy of this, you can go to ko-fi.com/KelseyDCrawford or scan the QR code. I will highlight that on the screen for a hot second. And we're going to put that back. Now, this actually leads to what this small stack is. This small stack are bookmarks. Because one of the things about printing stuff at home, a lot of stuff that I have available, particularly prints, we'll get to prints in a minute, but whenever I print stuff at home, there is often paper remnants. And rather than just throwing these in the trash or recycling these, I will take the paper remnants and I will either just, in the case of like scrapbook paper, I'll just cut it into rectangles and put my website on the back. Or in the case of blank remnants, I will draw on them different designs. This is one, and my website is on the back. A couple of these I drew a couple of days ago, actually, while watching Critical Role. I got this one here, and again, my website is on the back. All of these are hand-drawn, and these I usually offer for anybody who buys a book at a convention. They get one of these hand-drawn bookmarks included in their package for free. I even also have a strip of donuts, because why not? And that extends to online orders on ko-fi.com/KelseyDCrawford as well. All book orders through my online store get a free bookmark included. You get one of these. They're chosen randomly. So if you had a particular design in mind, sorry, but you get a random bookmark. Oh, I had set a small stack over here on top of the sticker display. There we go. Now the sticker display is usually like mounted up on a on something like this. Usually my sticker display is mounted on something like this, but I did not want to do that with this particular display because I only have so much vertical space before it starts looking super duper busy, you know? Before we go on. Okay. Sorry, I just needed a snack. Okay. Now let's see. I think the next thing to showcase is going to be Charlie and Clow by Kelsey D. Crawford, which is me. But Charlie and Clow. This is actually the first adventure of the Charlie and Clow series. This is also one of the first comics that I ever printed. So a lot of the art is a little dated, but there are some things I'm still really proud of. Like, I'm really proud of the action scenes. The action scenes were a lot of fun to draw, and they're a lot of fun to show off. Now, this premise of this is Charlie and Clow is the story of Charlie, this punk college student, and Clow, this roaming guardian angel, teaming up to fight against monsters roaming the streets. This first adventure features a golem running around and murdering people, and showcases them getting their stuff together and kicking monster butt. That's the first adventure. Now, this first adventure, I think this is the only comic that I have, besides Less Than Secret, that is printed in grayscale or black and white. Most other comics that I have are in color. So because this is black and white, this is more on the affordable end of things. Like this is like $5 as it is. But this is Adventure 1 of the Charlie and Clow series. Adventure 2, which I will feature next, is Charlie and Clow the bonus arc. This is also rendered in black and white, though a much more simplistic black and white. Like, this here is the kind of style that it's in. It's also not comic book, but comic strip. These were originally published as newsletter, like email newsletter exclusive comic strips, and then I just put them together into a book. This was material that I made as material between Adventure 1 and Adventure 3. We'll get to Adventure 3 in a second. But Charlie and Cloud, the bonus arc, is just the slice of life adventures of Charlie and Cloud. The most dramatic that it gets, and this is something that actually ties into the world building in Adventure 3. At one point, Charlie is heading to class. She's like, "I'll be home at around 6 today." Okay. Later on the L train, "Hey Cloud, where are you at?" "Making a deal with the devil, BRB." "The frick?" Coppermount University, "Charlie, what do you mean deal with the devil?" "Well, hello to you too." "Yeah, hi, what do you mean deal with the devil?" "Well, first of all, it's just a devil. There is no the devil." "Well, why are you dealing with one in the first place?" Turning the page. Here we go. "Well, Monocron makes the best..." Whoops. Hold on one second. I have a standing desk and I accidentally bumped against the arrows and the desk started to move, so I just had to unplug the desk real quick. Anyway. "Well, Monocron makes the best violins in all of Cocotos, don't you know? So when I heard that he had a new one, I had to make a trade with him." "You better not have sold your soul." "No, nothing so absurd. I traded it for a wheat bagel and a box of raspberries." "What?" And the gist of it is that whenever you make a deal with devils or with demons in this particular universe, what they really, really want is human food because they're technically not supposed to have it. Neither are angels. Angels and devils are technically not supposed to have human food. They can eat it, but it gives them a really bad case of IBS. So they have to take like special pills in order to do so. But the more human food that they eat, the more that they lose their divinity. And this is something that actually ties into Adventure number 3. So there are some plot relevant things that happened in this story that tie into the rest of the series. Which leads to The Case of the Wendigo, the third Charlie and Cloud adventure. Although realistically, funny story, I'm writing a series of essays on Patreon called How to Write Characters, and a lot of it includes character breakdowns of The Case of the Wendigo. And when I did the character breakdowns, I was finally able to articulate, hey, Charlie and Cloud are kind of the antagonists in this story. The story is actually more about Acrodon and Claudia here. The story more or less follows Acrodon's point of view. So Acrodon is a demon who works in hell, and in this particular universe, hell is less of a place of torment and more like a spiritual laundromat in which spirits are sent to hell to get the evil beaten out of them so that they can then ascend to heaven. This is called processing. Unfortunately, the Wendigo has escaped processing, so it is Acrodon's job to hunt down the Wendigo that is now loose in the mortal realm and send it back to hell so that it can finish processing. And the story does focus around this guy, and this is his lady love, Claudia. And as the story progresses, things get a lot more complicated. But that's the gist, is all of these folks have to team up together to hunt down a Wendigo and send it back to hell. That's the pitch of this story. Now, there are some things about this that I will let you know now. This was written back in 2016, I want to say. Oh, 2018. 2018. So this is at least 4 years old. For one, the art kind of shows that. It is a little more advanced in Charlie and Clow, but it is not the same level as The Legend of Jamie Roberts. The Legend of Jamie Roberts, I started a year after I wrapped this up. So keep that in mind with the chronology of the art progression. But with the case of the Wendigo is more like a plot device than it is anything else. And I did my best to be respectful of the original Native American roots. But if I knew back in 2018 what I know now about about Wendigos, I would have written this very differently. But as it is, it's okay. It's a fun story. There are pages in this that I still really like to read out loud to folks. Here, I will show off the page that I like to read out loud the most to folks, which is this page spread here. I have read this out loud so much that I know how to quote this. So it's like, whack! Step away from the man, monster! He spunt! Wumpita, wumpita, rolla, rolla, play! That's for kicking me earlier! I love reading that page out loud. And then there are other pages, like, this is a little spoilery, but I do also really like this, where it's like, chase me off, people are watching. Back, demon! Twiddle, twiddle. Back to the pit of hell from whence you came and never return. Curses! You saved us! Oh, thank you, madam, for chasing him away! Yes, he had been harassing us for quite some time. Now we are free! Like, I love those 2 pages. Like, there are moments in this that I do genuinely love, and I love showing them off to people. And I hope that you get a kick out of this as well. Most people who have read this book have given it really good reviews, so thank you for that. I think you can leave a review of this on Goodreads, but this is available for $20, and it comes in full color, as you can see. Usually when I go to comic conventions, I have a special where you can get all 3 Charlie and Clow adventures for $25. So basically, you buy these 2, you get Charlie and Clow the bonus arc for free. I'll go ahead and honor that deal. But the way that you do it is you go to ko-fi.com/KelseyD Crawford, go to my shop, and if you buy Charlie and Clow, in the case of the Wendigo, if you get these 2, then I will throw in Charlie and Cloud the bonus arc for free. You don't even have to go into the individual listing for this book. If you buy these 2, you get this free. I will honor that in the Ko-fi shop. Set that back. Alrighty, I'm going to take a second to drink some water. Common questions that I get for particularly the Charlie and Clow series is, how did I draw it? With Charlie and Clow, this was a fairly different process from everything else. What I did with this book was I hand drew the pages. So I penciled and inked them traditionally. Then I scanned those pages in and I added the gray tones digitally. Now, at the time, I think this was Photoshop, because I started working in Photoshop, then graduated to Clip Studio Paint. That's how I like to phrase it. But yeah, Charlie and Cloud, that was the process for this. I hand drew all of the pages, and then I scanned them in, and I colored it digitally. The speech balloons were also added in digitally. The case of the Wendigo was a somewhat different process, though it was very similar. The reason that the colors look the way that they do is the main figures, I should say this, the pages themselves were penciled and inked traditionally. So they were drawn on Bristol paper, inked with like these sorts of pens. At the time it was microns. Actually, if you go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and you look on that main page, there is a video that is partly an interview, but it also shows off the work process of drawing one of these pages. So there you go. Something cool to look at. But drawing this, I drew it on Bristol paper and inked it with brush pens, and then I colored the main figures. I colored the figures, the people, with Copic markers. The backgrounds were colored in Clip Studio Paint. That was around the time that I made the transition from Photoshop to Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, that was my process for this book. It's a little different, but I like it. You can particularly tell that it's digital because Claudia's dress here is a floral pattern that I found, just cut to form around her figure. A little bit of a life hack for y'all there. I do not have any shame in admitting that's how I did her dress. It is quite cute, though. I really like it. But yeah, that's how I did this page. For the first handful of pages, the Wendigo was colored, the Wendigo was colored traditionally, but then all of my black markers ran out of ink, so he switched to digital after a point. just because economics. But that's one of the more common questions with that book is, how did you draw it? A combination. And I will say, The Case of the Wendigo does come with some bonus material in the back, like character biographies, the credits page for the Kickstarter backers, because this was funded by Kickstarter. There's also how a page gets made, showing you the step-by-step process from comic script, because this was scripted. Then the thumbnails and sketches, and then the step that I mentioned where it's drawn traditionally and the figures are colored in with Copic markers, and then everything else is added digitally. Shows off that process. And I think, yeah, that's the bonus material for this book. Now, Charlie and Clow also has some bonus material, but those are the books for Charlie and Clow the bonus arc, and The Case of the Wendigo. Each of them also come with bonus material in the back of the book, showcasing like how the pages get made, some character concepts, a peek at scripts, that sort of thing. The sorts of things that are not on the webcomic sites. Next, I'm going to take a bite of donut. My roommate and I got a bunch of donuts yesterday. And I was going to share them with the Comicon today, but then the Comicon got canceled. So I guess I have to eat all of those donuts. Pity. Anyways, newest book on the table. I'll showcase the newest book before I get into the sketchbooks. Newest book on the table, aside from Dance Macabre and other works, the newest book that I have is Roxy! Punk rock comics from the world of validation. This is a collection of comic strips focused around Roxy, the titular character here. She's usually a supporting character in Validation, but when Validation was still being actively updated, Validation has since concluded, though you can catch up on the series on Instagram.com/validationcomic if you would like to read Validation. But in Validation, the original series, Roxy was just a supporting character, but CB, the writer of the series, and myself were talking about, man, Roxy should star in her own adventures. And so I was like, I'll write the stories. Why not? So I wrote and drew this. These collect all of the adventures of Roxy. And these were originally serialized between long stretches of time in Validation. So the art quality does jump quite a bit from chapter to chapter. And the story does progress differently from other comic strips because of that. But I tried to keep it as like timeline consistent as possible so that you can follow along fairly easily. And all of these characters are not only part of the story, but like the character arts that serve as like chapter breaks. These are all either members of Roxy's punk band or are part of Roxy's life. The story of Roxy focuses around Roxy, a transgender punk roller derby girl who is putting together a punk band that is trying to take over the world creatively. That's the pitch. That's the pitch of this story. And it's all about found family and having and founding a found family and what that looks like. Like, there's actually a Christmas chapter in this story. I don't usually put Christmas chapters in things, but I felt like it was relevant for this. So, Roxy. It's all full color. It's all very shiny, and I love it. There's the Christmas pages. There we go. I love this particular comic strip. Where's your dad? Dad! Roxy and her girlfriend are here! When this posted online, there were a lot of people who were like, I am adopting this child. I love this kid. But yes. And then we also have shout out to Carlos for making this suggestion. Muscle memory. It's slowly becoming a inside joke for anybody who watches these streams. There's also references to the roller derby life in this segment here. Slaughterbox! Bella Broadsword! My roller derby nemesis! So yes, this is a lot of fun. This is $8 now. The original pre-orders for this were like $5. And I held to that, even though by the time I got the quote from the printer was such that I was like, I'm going to have to charge $8 for these now. So moving forward, until price is correct, or at least the printing price is correct, this is $8 per copy. But they are full color. There's bonus material included in the chapter breaks, like there's sketches. Here, let me show off a better sketch than that. Ooh, here we are. Character sketches also serve as chapter breaks. There's should be some behind the scenes stuff. Oh, it also features a foreword by CB and an afterword by myself, and there's credits. The behind the scenes sketches are peppered throughout. So, highly recommend. Also, you're going to have a hard time finding this anywhere else online because the original Validation webcomic website is down, last I checked. So the only place that you can read Validation the webcomic is at instagram.com/validationcomic. For now, I'm looking into adapting it for Webtoon and Tapas. But for now, the Roxy comics, in particular, are only available in print, and they are $8 a piece, not counting shipping. If you would like to get a copy of this, head to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and get yourself a copy. By the way, all the books listed here, with the exception of Dance Macabre, all of these books, when you buy a book, I will sign it for you. I only do not sign Dance Macabre because Dance Macabre is Sean's book. Next. Okay. Little behind the scenes trivia for Roxy as well. There's actually a segment in Roxy that references real life stuff. I mean, there's references to real life stuff in Roxy because this is a slice of life story, which is unusual because most of my stuff is fantasy or some flavor of fantasy, but this is one of the few slice of life stories that I have. Roxy and Thoughtful Dinosaur, although Thoughtful Dinosaur is still set in a fantasy world, but it is also a slice of life. But Roxy is the closest to reality of the books that I have. There's a segment in here that actually references Heather Hare, somebody who regrettably was at a protest and somebody drove their car into the line of protesters, injured a bunch of people, and killed Heather Hare. There is a chapter talking about I'm trying to remember the correct word for this. It's a memorial service for Heather Hare, and it is pulled from my experiences in real life. Like, I did also go to a memorial service for Heather Hare, and a lot of the things that happen in this story are things that also happen in real life, because like a lot of things that happen in my own life I draw from and put it into this book. So opening chapter is Roxy going into her first ever comic shop, and what she experiences is what I experienced going into my first ever comic shop. And some people have a hard time believing that, because when that first chapter first started getting posted up online, there were some people who were like, this doesn't happen in reality. And I had to go into the comments and be like, this happened to me. This happened to me at my first ever comic shop. It is a miracle that I kept going to any comic shops after that. But yeah, this does pull from real life a lot. But in a lot of chapters, particularly the later ones, it's a lot more hopeful, I think. So if that's your jam, this is your peanut butter. $8 a piece, not counting shipping. There you go. Full color adventures. In the same vein of like slice of life, Thoughtful Dinosaur. Now, this one is a little bit older. Like Roxy, I released it this year. Thoughtful Dinosaur came out in 2016. But this is also comic strip format. So, comic strip format. But the pitch for this is that this focuses around Billy Velocity, a velociraptor who graduates from college and learns how to adult. And this is also based a lot on my own experiences coming fresh out of college. The difference is I set this story in a fantasy world to give a little bit of emotional distance, but make this almost like, not necessarily a roadmap, but a homage or a send up to the millennial struggle. But I will say the afterword by my good comics buddy JD, for one, it's one of my favorite afterwords in any book period that I have. Second, he summates like why it is that millennials in particular can find this resonant, and maybe even Gen Z, but this was definitely referencing an era right around 2012. But still, Thoughtful Dinosaur. I did have a lot of fun drawing this. This very similar creative process to the Case of the Wendigo. I hand drew all the stuff, penciled it traditionally, inked it traditionally. The main character figures were colored with Copic markers. The backgrounds were colored in Clip Studio paint. So very similar process to the Case of the Wendigo in that way, with Thoughtful Dinosaur. There's also bonus material in the back of this book. Let me see, because I know there's an afterword. It actually also got some praise from... There it is. There are actual, like, praise quotes here. Because I sent some advanced reader copies to some peeps, and they gave me some quotes that I could put in the front cover there and on the back blurb. It's great. So thank you to Dragonhide Studios and Provocative Praise. Wanted to make sure I got that credit correct for reading over this and giving some lovely, lovely feedback about it. So, Thoughtful Dinosaur. This is available for $6 a piece. This is fewer pages than Roxy, which is why it's on the more affordable side. It's also a less awkward cut for the printer to do, because like Roxy is a little bit smaller, and because of that, the printer who I usually work with to print my books kind of upcharged me a little bit because of the oddball dimensions of this one. This is a little less oddball for them to work with, but it is fewer pages. But yeah, full color, slice of life story. For anybody who's a fan of A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum, particularly the 60s movie with Zero Mostel in it, there's a reference to that in this book. It's a subtle one. Most people don't catch it, but it's in there. Here we go. $6 a piece, not counting shipping. It is available at co-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. Oop. Checking out the chat for a second. Hello, the Los! Oh, good to see you in the chat, my dude. Give me just a second. I gotta take a bite of donut. Now, that said, I have been pitching my stuff for about an hour at this point. If you missed any pitches, just shout out in the comments what you would like me to pull from here, and I will show it off to you. I've been talking mostly about the books first. Yes, and also food content, because I have donuts. But yeah, I'm showing off my stuff like I would at a comic convention. Earlier I mentioned this is the kind of setup that I would do for a half table spread, or for like a 4-foot table spread. Most comic conventions don't do 4-foot spaces. They usually do 6 to 8 or half tables of those sizes. But I had some space to showcase my stuff. Now, I usually have a setup that is 2 milk crates stacked on top of each other to show off some prints. I did not do that with this desk because this is my drafting table and it can only handle so much weight. So I just put up my lightweight wood book display to show off my books. There are also some stickers, and I'm going to reiterate the special that I have going on with these. So, I have The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1, available at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. This is base $25, and if you pay just the $25, you get the book. But there's a feature there called Pay What You Want. Anything above $25, and you will get the sticker sheet included with the book for free. Or however much you think is fair, additional on top of the $25. But to reiterate, the book is $25. The listing is Pay What You Want. It's a $25 minimum to get the book. Anything above $25, and you get this, a sticker sheet of the magic artifacts featured in The Legend of Jamie Roberts. Some of these appear in Volume 1, some of these will appear in later chapters. So that's the special that I have going on for that. The other special that I have going on is if you buy Charlie and Clow and The Case of the Wendigo in my Ko-fi shop, if you get these 2 books, I will include Charlie and Clow, the bonus arc, for free. Oh, and I see Simply Callie is available. Hey, lurking while quarantined now and trying to place a grocery order. So sorry to hear about the convention being canceled. Yeah, the really annoying thing was I did not know that it was canceled until I drove up to the venue, pulled up, and went, why is no one here? Because they never emailed me. They never sent me an email saying that the show was canceled. Yes, I do hope though that you feel better though, Callie. Because that sounds like it's not a fun time what you're going through. So take it easy, rest up, drink lots of fluids, take naps. Yeah. Sounds like this is like not a stellar weekend for a bunch of us, but that's okay. We're going to make it better by having a Comicon here at home. I'm going through all of this stuff one at a time, and also answering common questions that I would normally get at Comic-Cons. Like earlier, I talked about the artistic creative process between Charlie and Clow and The Case of the Wendigo and Thoughtful Dinosaur, because the most common questions that I get at Comic-Cons is, did you draw this traditionally or in Photoshop? And the answer is yes. Again, with those books in particular, I hand drew them like on Bristol paper with brush pens. And for The Case of the Wendigo, I colored the main characters in Copic markers, and then I scanned in those pages and did the background colors in Clip Studio Paint. Catching up on comments. Good. I'm glad to see that you're resting at least. I either have the spicy cough or bronchitis, so lots of meds and drinks. Promise. Good. Get lots of meds, lots of drinks, get lots of rest. Nap when you need to. I will not hold it against you. I will say, even if the show that was originally going to happen today, if the show would have happened as intended, I still would have masked up. One sec. Okay. This is the convention experience as well, just sneaking bites in between pitches to customers as they pass by the table. So that part is also part of the convention experience. Okay. Now, what I would like to feature next are the books that people notice the fastest, I have noticed. And that is Witches, a sketchbook. This is the one that catches people the most. This one and Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. This and Dragons, a sketchbook. Now, all 3 of these are collections of sketches that I did for an art challenge called Inktober. If you're familiar with Inktober, cool. If you're not familiar with it, I'll give you a rough summation. Inktober is an artist challenge. Every October, the intent is to draw a new ink drawing every day during the month of October. Now, there is an official Inktober page, and Inktober does have like an official prompt list that they very carefully curate every year. I ignore all of those. And particularly in the years that I did these, I ignored those pitches and I just picked a theme and worked on the theme. Witches was the first. So Witches is just collections of witches that I drew for Inktober. Gods and Spirits was the year after Witches. So this was 2018. Witches was 2017. Gods and Spirits was 2018. And this collects Gods and Spirits. that I drew during Inktober. And Dragons was 2019 and collects sketches of dragons. And each of these did go up on Kickstarter the following Novembers to get them into print. Now, Gods and Spirits was an instance where the first Kickstarter actually failed, so I made a follow-up campaign to relaunch it to get it funded, and it did reach its funding on the second time. But I learned a lot from that failure. But Gods and Spirits, I will let you know, and I think the stock update is consistent on ko-fi.com/KelseyD Crawford. I only have 2 copies of Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook right now. I have an abundance of copies of Dragons, a sketchbook. So I have a bunch of copies of these, Dragons, a sketchbook, but I only have 2 of Gods and Spirits. Just the heads up to let you know. But yes, I will flip through these to show off some sketches that are in these books here in a second. But I just wanted to give y'all an update on that situation. So, Witches, honestly, it has some of my favorite sketches in here. Like, probably one of my favorites is this lady. She's day 1. These are arranged in pretty much chronological order. So, like, this is day 1, day 2. The following pages are days 3 and 4. And all of these were brush pens, Copic markers, Prismacolor markers, sometimes Sharpies. But yes, they're arranged in chronological order from day 1 to day 31. And you get to see the progression as the ideas, like, develop over time. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can find another one of my favorites. Ooh, I do like the bold red of this one. And also, I wanted to incorporate some other representation in here, because too often you think of witches and you think of white people. I wanted to get a little more multicultural, as it were. Speaking of, another favorite of mine is this one. I really, really like this one. I actually put this one up for a vote on Patreon, because I run a Patreon page for a Sticker of the Month club, or at least an art club. And the art club has a Sticker of the Month. This was one of the contenders for this month. The winner is actually this lady. This lady is this month's sticker for the art club on Patreon. I will be printing these stickers pretty soon. But yeah, and then there's a credits page on the back for all the Kickstarter backers who helped make this book possible. That is Witches, a sketchbook. This is available for $6 a piece, not counting shipping, and you can get that through my online store at ko-fi.com/KelseyD Crawford. You may notice sometimes that whenever I take a book from the display that the book behind it is upside down, and that's because of the props that I use. Unfortunately, because of the way the props are, I have to like alternate the books that way, where like right side up, upside down, right side up, upside down, because then the spines don't all like balloon outwards on one side and squish on the other. Like doing it this way keeps it balanced. Okay. In case you're wondering why that copy of Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook, is upside down, that is why. So, Gods and Spirits. Back in 2018, when I drew these sketches, I had a hankering to draw Gods and Spirits, and it would not let me go until I drew them all. So, really like this lady. This lady actually made it into a novella that I wrote. I will be looking for beta readers for that novella, so keep an eye on my email list for that. Thank you so much for your support, Carrie. I see the, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that I have the Ko-fi stream bot set up. Thank you so much for your subscription, Carrie. That's amazing. So yeah, that's great. Being subscribed on Ko-fi, you get to see all the process shots for how I make these behind the scenes. Like the how I make a comic page material in the back of this book. This shows off a page, but being a member on Ko-fi and pledging a subscription, you get to see all the pages. And their process shots. You get access to the comic scripts. You get to see the sketches, the concept sketches, all that stuff. So thank you so much for your support, Carrie. That's amazing. Also, I see the comment, gasps in novella. Yes. So let me go back to this sketch here. This lady here. This lady here. This is Rethra, the goddess of wrath. She appears in a fantasy novella. Without getting too much into spoilers, she starts as one of the demon lords who kidnaps this woman and holds her hostage. There's 9 demon lords in this fantasy novella, at least in the backstory of this fantasy novella. And Rethra is one of those goddesses, or one of those demon lords. And the demon lords hold this woman hostage to try to get her true name. That's the backstory for this fantasy novella. The fantasy novella is about a elf named Occitan who is traveling north to try to rescue his people because his people have been kidnapped by slavers. And he wants to find them again to save them and bring them back to not necessarily their home, because their home was absolutely destroyed, but he wants to find his people so that they can find a new land and settle anew. But he needs to find them and rescue them first. And the adventure of this fantasy novella follows that. Right now, the story has the working title, The Name of the Forest Spirit. I will be looking for beta readers for this novella. So keep an eye on my email newsletter if you would like to be a beta reader for this story. Anyway, Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. So some of these Gods and Spirits is concept art for that fantasy novella. I'll show off another one. This guy. There we go. Camera angles, man. The guy here is also concept art for that book. This is the Guardian of Light. Although I've had a lot of people who flip through this book, there are some people who look at this guy and they're like, oh, he's too sinister, he's scary. And I'm like, that's kind of the point. He's there to scare off the shadows. I really like this guy, though. This guy's one of my favorite sketches in this book. So I really like that. Oh, this lady over here, she's also concept art for that fantasy novella. This is She Who Answers Prayers. Now, Gods and Spirits, which is a sketchbook, the sketches are arranged chronologically. So the first sketch in here is day 1. This is day 2. In fact, I liked this guy so much that I made him into a limited run print series. And we'll get to him in a minute. But yes, some of these I liked so much I made them into limited run print series. The Dragon of Joy also makes it in the fantasy novella. This guy just demanded that I draw him. I've had people at comic conventions flip to this page and they're like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like that he has no face. And I'm like, but I like him. I like how he turned out. But I really like the Dragon of Joy as well. Dragon of Joy makes me so happy. He's also going to appear in the D&D campaign that I'm running for my friends. So if any of them are watching right now. And then I did a bunch because partway through Inktober of 2018, that's what this collects. Partway through Inktober 2018, I made a trip out to Albuquerque and Santa Fe. So there are some sketches in here that are very Southwest inspired. So that's what these are. I had a lot of fun drawing these, though. Particularly this guy. Really like him. He might appear in The Legend of Jamie Roberts in later chapters. Who knows? Ooh. Those ones are fun. Oh! This. I liked this pixie so much that I made her into a sticker. We'll highlight the stickers later. So, yeah. And then we also have this Goddess of Chaos over here on the left. This is the Sword of Justice. And these are all like names that I came up with. You can call them whatever names you want. I don't know your life. And some of these are also sketches that were drawn after Inktober. So the Omni, this guy right here, I liked him so much I made him into a sticker, and I'll show that off later. This guy, the Solar Deity, he's also available as a coloring book page download at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. You can download the coloring book pages for free if you like, or if you really like what I do, tips are optional for the coloring book pages. This Mountain God was part of a limited run print series, which is now out of print. So the only way that you can get this guy now is in Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. Same with the Owl Deity over here. The Owl Deity is also only available in this book. She was part of a limited run print series, but not anymore. Now you can only get her in this book. So that is Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. I'm going to have some water. I am going to pause for a second to get some more water. I will say, one of the nicer things about doing a Comicon at home is that I am able to leave the table space and get water when I need it. A+. Okay, we'll have tea later. By the way, I'll go ahead and take a second to show off this outfit that I put together. Because this year, this is my go-to outfit for whenever I go to comic conventions, so odds are pretty high that when I go to SPX in September, I will be in this getup for at least day one. Nice cozy leggings with pockets on the sides. I love the pockets. Big poofy pirate shirt that I made myself. Vest and this little good luck charm necklace. I picked this up on my first trip to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I love it so much. And fedora. I've had this for years, but it's just a good statement piece, and I love it. But yes, and usually with this outfit I wear boots, but we're not at a Comic-Con. We're at a Comic-Con at home, so I am wearing slippers because that's just more cozy to me. Okay. Before I get into Dragons the Sketchbook, I will highlight some limited run print series that I have going on. All of my prints and mini prints are all limited runs. Once they're sold out, they're out. So, this guy, he was day 2 of the Gods and Spirits Inktober challenge. I really, really liked how this turned out. I'll go ahead and highlight this here. Yeah. This, I worked with something called chameleon markers. So chameleon markers are unique in that they come with 3 tips. They have a fine tip. I actually have one right here. This was the marker that I used. I'll show this off. So, the chameleon markers have 3 tips. Tip 1, there we go. This is the fine tip, using my face as a backdrop. That's the fine tip. We also have this, which is slightly thicker. Here we go. Using my face as a backdrop again. Yep. And then there's this end, which is the alcohol end. So the way that you use these is you take whatever end that you want to work with, whether that's the fine tip or the slightly thicker tip, and then you pop off the cap, and then you attach this end to this, and then you just let it sit for however many seconds that you need. Pop it off, and it does I only held it for a few seconds, so the gradient is not as pronounced, but it does give you gradients. Let's see what happens when I hold it down for a little bit longer. Sip of water. I also used this marker for a couple of sketches in Witches, a sketchbook. The ink for these things lasts for freaking ever, because I drew Witches, a sketchbook in 2017. I drew Gods and Spirits in 2018. And this was the marker that I used for those sketches. It's like 4 years later, this still has ink in it. What? Like, these markers, man. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Much more pronounced gradient. Much more pronounced gradient that time on the this side here. So that's chameleon markers. They can get you really nice gradient effects. Particularly handy if you need to blend colors or if you want to get gradient effects in other ways. But I had a lot of fun working with these markers for those sketchbook series for Inktober. Ooh. They do come in multiple colors. I know the Michaels in my neck of the woods actually had a bunch of chameleon markers on clearance. I don't know if they still do, but if you have a Michaels near you, it may be worth looking to see if they have chameleon markers on clearance. So yeah. Anyway, back to this guy. So I used the chameleon marker for parts of this, particularly the boots and the foreground gradient here. But I really, really liked how this turned out, so I made them into a print. This is available at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford through my online store. If you get this, it comes bagged and boarded like so, with an additional bookmark in the back. But it does come bagged and boarded, so it ships flat. And if you bought this if you buy these at a Comicon from me, they also come bagged and boarded, because that's just nice to do that. But yes, bagged and boarded, and when I ship these, they will come in a padded envelope. Yeah, so that is this guy here. This is part of a limited print run series. I have 3 on hand, though I think on the Ko-fi listings I don't have a set number of prints in the online store to cap it off. So if you buy more than 3, that's totally okay. I can print up more. Absolutely bagged and boarded. Lots of these come bagged and boarded. Like, if you buy any of my books, they will come bagged and boarded, size allowing. The Legend of Jamie Roberts and the Case of the Wendigo are going to need to be like bagged up special, but they will get mailed flat. But the other books, they will get bagged and boarded so that they ship flat, and they're nice and protected that way. If you buy them on my online store, and if you buy these from me at a Comicon, inventory allowing, I also bag and board them at Comicons for anybody who buys them. Okay, sip of water real quick. Okay, I'm gonna give this about another half an hour, and then after that half an hour, I'm going to get the tea kettle going and taking a bit of a snack break, but we still have a half an hour before we get to that. So the next book to highlight Dragons, a sketchbook. Now, this was Inktober of 2019. I did participate in Inktober of 2020. I just haven't scanned them all in and posted them up online. Also, Inktober of 2020 was all landscapes and background practice. I don't know how much y'all want to see that, but Dragon's a sketchbook. And I did also participate in Inktober of 2021. During that, I made a webcomic called Puzzle Spell, and I drew the comic one panel at a time for Inktober. That will be coming in PDF very soon. Keep an eye on my email newsletter and ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford for more details on that. But back to Dragons, a sketchbook. So this book, I had a hankering at the time to draw dragons, so I did. And again, these are all arranged chronologically, so this is days 1 and 2, and they started out fairly simple like this, but then partway through, another chameleon marker one. Chameleon marker over here. This one was done with a different paint marker. I actually have it right here. The Molotow Graphics Aqua Ink Pumped Soft Liner. Now this, it's still liquid. Wow, I thought it dried up. This thing lasts forever. My God. Anyway, Molotow Graphics inks. This was what I used to paint this dragon here. The backgrounds in particular were painted with this Molotow. Now, this is one of those ones that you have to shake it in order to activate it. You shake it, then you pump it. Like this has a special end cap where you can bump it like that. And once you pump it enough times, it gets you enough ink that you can treat it like a watercolor brush. So it's fun, but after a point, the color does fade a bit because this was a more vibrant blue, and then it just turned into like a kind of a grayish blue-green after a point. So keep that in mind if you want to use Molotow paints or the Molotow, the paint markers. Some of these were Copics, and then some of these are just, I believe this guy was drawn with this. This is a Papermate Flare, like a Pentel pen. And then this one was drawn with the black version of this. But then there was a point where I was like, I want to draw dragon babies in like solid colors and just do them like this. And they were very cute, and I just kept at it. And I used that Molotow paint marker for this dragon as well. I really like how this one turned out. Try to get some better lighting in there. There we go. Yeah, I really like how this one turned out with the Molotow paint. Yeah. So that one there. This one. This is a reference to one of my inspirations, which is African art. So I took 2 semesters of African art history, and in the first semester in particular, I studied mostly Western African art, and in West African art, particularly right around Burkina Faso or I don't think it's Benin, but like right around Burkina Faso in that area, there are some peoples who have like an antelope version of this design on headrests. And they wear those during fertility, or not fertility, but like during harvest festivals, or like the precursor to harvest festivals, to be like, help us plant a lot of seeds and help us have lots and lots of stuff growing in our gardens. That's what the antelope helms are for, basically. There's a proper name for these. I cannot recall it for the life of me right now. I have notes in my sketchbooks down below, but right now I'm talking about Dragons the Sketchbook, but I really liked the design, and I was like, wait a second, what about a dragon version of that? Because a lot of art in the Legend of Jamie Roberts Volume 1 is inspired by my days studying African art history. So it's a little behind the scenes take on that. There you go. But as part of the concept art for it, I was like, you know what? Dragon. Because why not? Had a lot of fun with that. Some of these dragons did become the standalone framed illustrations that I have over there. Or at least for the basis of them. Like this dragon on the left. This one right here. I did do a brown version of this one, and I did frame it, but it has since sold, so it's not available. And also, as part of the Kickstarter campaigns for these sketchbooks, I put the original sketches up for sale. These two sold the fastest. So I do really like how these turned out. I think I'm going to do another series of dragons like these ones to get them made and see if maybe Dragon's Roost, which is a coffee shop close to here, coffee shop and board game shop. I'm wondering if Dragon's Roost would be interested in having a series of these kinds of paintings and doodles up on their walls. So I'm going to do a series pretty soon for that. And yeah, and this was day 31. Boop, this guy here. And then this is the credits page for the Patreon patrons and Kickstarter backers who made this book possible. But that is Dragons a Sketchbook. That's not all of the sketches, but those were the ones that I chose to highlight. Again, these are arranged chronologically, so it goes from day 1 to day 31 of the Inktober challenge. And that is Dragons a Sketchbook. If you would like to get any of these sketchbooks, they do vary in price. So witches and dragons are $6 each. Put that over there. And Gods and Spirits is $7. The reason that it's $7 and the other two are $6 is because this is slightly taller. Again, the printer whom I work with charges a little differently if the books are oddball sizes. And this qualifies as an oddball size. Also, it's a little bit thicker. It's got more pages to it because there's more bonus material in the back of it. So it is $7. The other two are $6. That's not including shipping. So keep that in mind if you would like to order any of these. Again, if you buy any of the books, they do come bagged and boarded. And okay, next to highlight. This I don't have a listing for on my Ko-fi shop, but I do offer these at conventions now. These are handmade crochet dice bags because I know how to crochet. And I usually offer these at like comic conventions or other special events as like a, if they sell, they sell. If they don't, that's fine. But I am pretty proud of how they turned out. So this can be for dice bags. This can be for holding your pens. This can be for holding art supplies. It can be whatever you need it to be. It's a bag. It's a bag on the inside. I lined this extra with a little lining that you can tuck back in. And it comes with like a ribbon that you can drawstring it shut like that. And it makes it look like a little dragon egg. So there we go. Now, when I showcase these at comic conventions, I usually list these for $25. If you would like to get one of these, I have 3 available. This is bag number 1. This is bag number 2. This one I think I worked with one skein because I like to work with skeins that have multiple colors on them. I'm pretty sure this was one of those multicolored skeins that I worked with. But Similar setup. And it's tied off with a ribbon. Like so. And you can use this for whatever you need to hold it for. This is bag number 2. And this is bag number 3. Again, I'm pretty sure this is worked with the same skein. I just like to work with multicolor skeins. I think that's what this was. Yep, multicolored skeins. I had to look at the bottom. You could tell. This one is machine washable, if that's a selling point. This definitely multicolored one is machine washable and machine dryable. Fun fact. But you can also tie that off, make it into a little dragon egg. So these are the dice bags that I sometimes have with me. I did actually sell one of these at, what was it? Free RPG Day. That was it. I sold one of these at Free RPG Day because it was at Dragon's Roost Coffee and Games. So, perfect venue for that. But these dragon scale dice bags, I usually sell these for $25 a piece in person. If you would like to get one of these, head on over to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. And if you give $30, that'll cover this plus shipping. But if you give a one-time donation of $30 and you let me know that you want one of these dragon scale dice bags, I will send it to you. We'll make it happen. So there we go. I know this one is machine washable and dryable. These two, I don't recall. I'm going to double check that information as soon as I can. If you buy these, I will double check the information and I will let you know with your order. I'm pretty sure though these two are hand wash only, but we'll figure that out once the order is purchased. But this one is machine washable and dryable. There we go. There's care instructions, safety pin to the bottom. There we go. And hello, Arch of Winter. Good to see you. Yes, unfortunately. I don't know if Chloe told you, but the event that I was originally going to showcase at canceled and then did not tell me. So I had driven up there and driven back for no real good reason. But to make up for not being able to showcase there, I just set up a little half table space and I'm just showing off my stuff right now. Talking a little behind the scene things with these little crochet bags. I've been crocheting for years. So I found out on, I think it was Tumblr, I came across this stitch and I went, oh my God, I have to figure out how to crochet it. And then I looked up a pattern and the pattern that I found was actually to make these bags. So there we go. Oh, checking on the comments. I was going to the visit. I checked their Facebook page yesterday for the address and saw the cancellation. Jerk move on their part to not notify the tablers. Tell me about it. They didn't even email me. I had told them via email, hey, I'm not on Facebook, but they still did not email me to let me know that they had canceled the event. So, and I'm now out like $50 because that was what they asked me to pay for the table. And odds are pretty high that I'm not going to get a refund for that. So if I can make $50 showcasing all of this and selling on ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, if I can make $50 today to offset the cost of that, that would be stellar. Shout out to Carrie earlier for your Ko-fi subscription. Thank you so much for that. I'm actually gonna check notifications real quick. Okay. I was just checking to see if anybody had commented on Discord or anything, because I announced the cancellation on Discord as well. I also sent an update on my email newsletter and on Instagram. Ooh. Okay. Thank you, Arch of Winter, for that. I did not know that the deadline for the OhioCon Artist Alley is apparently tomorrow. I am recording this and playing this live on Twitch on August 14th. So by the time this uploads on YouTube, this may not be relevant anymore. But the deadline for the OhioCon Artist Alley is tomorrow. Yeah, I know that they have a no fan art policy, but I'm going to make a note. Apply for OhioCon after stream. Cool. Thank you for letting me know about that. Now, see, this is also kind of the con experience because I do end up talking shop with some folks who pass by my table, and they'll let me know, hey, there's a convention that happens here. It's called Bleh, and the deadline to apply for a table is Bleh. I just go Bleh because like it varies from person to person. But yeah, I do end up talking shop a lot at comic conventions too. Okay. This was the Challenger print series. Oh, I forgot to say how much he is. The prints are $5 a piece for this one. Because he is on the larger side. I also have... This was a Kickstarter exclusive. K, the Last Valkyrie. When this was on Kickstarter, I called it K the Valkyrie because Kickstarter kind of throws a little bit of a hissy fit if you say the last blah, blah, blah. Because they're like, don't do that. That implies that you're not going to do any more after this. And I'm like, oh, okay, fine. K the Valkyrie it is then. Jeez. But yes, this is K the Valkyrie. One of my first live streams, which is archived on YouTube now, shows off the process of how I drew this. Or how I drew the main figure. The background was added after that live stream. But yes! Simply Callie, I have that up in my office. Yes, I recall, because I was going to say something and it sounded in my head. I was like, no, that just sounds rude. But like, I know somebody got this for you and got it matted and framed, and now it's up in your office. So thank you for your support. But yes, this is K the Valkyrie. Now, when this was on Kickstarter, there was the option to have this either as a matte print or a glossy print. Most people opted for the matte print. So the only reason that this looks glossy is because this is bagged and boarded. And when you buy one of these, that will come bagged and boarded. But if you wanted to see the process of how I drew K the Valkyrie here, that process is available on my YouTube channel. By the time this plays on YouTube, you could just click on my profile and you'll find it. It's the Modern Day Valkyrie live stream is what it's called. If you're watching this on Twitch, if you go to kelseydcrawford.com and you click on videos, that'll take you to some of the YouTube videos that I have posted on my blog, and you can find my YouTube channel that way. But I did a Modern Day Valkyrie live stream back in the day showing off the process of drawing this. Just a heads up though, if you do watch that, the mic quality is kind of because I used a microphone that was like here. So there's a lot of like bumping against the mic. So I apologize for the not great audio quality of that one. But K, the Valkyrie. I really like how this turned out, not gonna lie. And I'm really proud of this one. But I do still have some prints available. I have two. I have exactly two left. So they are $5 each. They are available at ko-fi.com/KelseyDCrawford. And there you go. Oh! Thank you, Carlos. I see your comment saying that you sent the Artist Alley link to me. Bless you, sir. I love my viewers. All right, so that's these prints. And again, these prints are often limited run. Like after these two for Kay the Valkyrie sell, you'll only be able to buy it on Ko-fi for a limited period of time. And I will announce like last days to get any of these prints in my online store. When I go to comic conventions, it's like the prints that I have in this book or bagged and boarded, that's all I have available, and once they're sold out, they're sold out. And I do my best to not print any more to restock unless there is one exception. And I'll go ahead and show you the exception. Unless it is this. This is the cat dragon on her hoard. This is the most popular mini print that I have. And I do not intend on retiring this anytime soon. This was inspired by my 16-year-old cat, Bree. She might be old, but her favorite toy is still a wadded up paper ball. And she has a small hoard of them in the house. And I was like, I gotta draw this. And so I did. I have a handful of these already printed. Now, in my online store, Ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, the online store has no set limit on the number of prints that I have available, particularly the mini prints, because the mini prints, I can print them at home. I can make however many that I need to, until I decide, nah, I'm going to discontinue the series. Like, the Challenger and Kay the Valkyrie, those are limited run. Once I sell those ones that I have bagged and boarded, once they're sold, I'm not printing anymore. But the cat dragon, this is going to stay in circulation for a while. I'm going to slip this back in here. Okay. This is part one of a series that I want to do. I've been doing a series of mermaid illustrations. This is the first that I drew. I had drawn this in a sketchbook and I went, oh, I gotta draw this like proper. So I went to my black paper and drew with white gel pen, and I have a white chalk pen around here somewhere. Aha, found it. White chalk pen. This is a Faber-Castell Pitt Artist Pen Bullet Nib White 101. This is okay. I did definitely get bolder white lines from the gel roll gel pens, or the jelly roll gel pens here, but this was okay. Yeah, the Faber-Castell pen was okay. That really sums up Faber-Castell as pens in general, is they're okay. They're not my favorite things, but they're okay. My favorite is Tombow. Tombow, absolute hands down. But the Faber-Castell did pretty okay with this one. So I did this with a combination of the Jelly Roll and the Faber-Castell. But I really like how she turned out. Look at this. I did also draw her in a live stream, though I cannot remember which live stream that it was, but it's archived on my YouTube channel, so there you go. But yes, I have this lovely lady right here. I do really like how she turned out. Even if one arm is longer than the other one, like, I don't care. Like, she's real pretty. I like her. That was mermaid number 1. I do also have another mermaid. 1 second. This is actually the most talking that I have done in regards to the prints that I have. Most people just like flip through the book real quickly, but I'm able to talk about these in more depth. This is Mermaid number 2. Same process as before. Jelly roll gel pen, Faber-Castell white marker on black Strathmore paper. This is Strathmore paper. Not this. This is a print. But the original is on Strathmore paper. But this is Mermaid number 2. This one I was inspired by how even though motorized boats cause the most accidents for manatees, the fact that manatees can more often than not still keep going, but they are heavily scarred was the basis of inspiration for this. I was inspired by how more often than not, manatees, if they survive accidentally being attacked by the motors on the back of boats, they do end up scarred, but they still swim. But so that was what inspired this one. I like to imagine that she was attacked by a jellyfish, and that's why the patterns of scars on her body look the way that they do. But like a combination of like jellyfish and the motors on the back of rowboats is what hurt this one. But that was the basis of inspiration for the looks of this particular mermaid. I would like to do at least 1 or 2 more mermaids and make that into a series. But for now, I just have the 2. I do really like drawing on the Strathmore black paper with the white gel pen and the Faber-Castell. Okay. Next print. This one I'm going to end this print run of this one pretty soon. The Fire Spirit. I really like how she turned out, but she tends to more often than not give people the creeps. So I only have 2 physical copies of her left. Once I sell these 2, I'm going to discontinue this one. I'll put her into a book, but I'm going to discontinue the print versions of her pretty soon after these 2 sell. Now, the mini prints that I have been showing off so far, the mermaids, the cat dragon, and the fire spirit, they are $4 a piece. So keep that in mind. When you buy these, they also come bagged and boarded. And this one, I call this one Cryptid and Moon. I drew this around the time that Less Than Secret, a Cryptid anthology, was on Kickstarter. And this was shown as a sample of the kinds of art that I can draw for commissions that I had available for that Kickstarter. I sold one, and somebody wanted me to draw... Oh man, I don't remember the name of this particular cryptid, but it was a Scottish cryptid. Hold on one second. Bree! Hold on one second. Unlike other comic conventions, I have a fur baby with me. Yeah. This is the one time that Brie can come to a Comicon with me. Mwah.
Go get your fur, baby. I need to wipe your eyes. Yeah.
Well, she's not running away, so that tells me that she really wanted cuddles. She usually scratches the wall whenever she wants something, and I guess she wanted cuddles. We do need more pet-friendly cons. The closest I've seen is West Virginia Pop Culture Con will have a animal shelter set up sometimes, and there will be kittens and birds and other animals. So many kittens.
better view of the fur baby.
She's so disgruntled, and yet she's not running away. She tells me that she wanted held.
Oh, oh baby.
Oh, she's looking like she wants to be put down. Boop.
Yes?
Oh yeah, just show your butt off to the internet. Why not? Typical cat. See, this was my muse for the cat dragon print that I showed off just a few minutes ago.
You hear that, Brie? You're my muse.
For at least one project. I don't know if you can get a better view. There she is. You were in shadow there for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to wipe your eyes. Hold on one second. She's been contending with a inner ear infection for the better part of a few weeks.
Yeah. You got goopy eyes. Hold on. Yeah. That's a bit better.
It's like wiping a toddler.
Yeah.
But she also knows that I do this because I care, so.
Yeah. Is that better? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she's been getting her medicine twice a day. I've been sneaking it into like chicken gravy so that she actually eats it. So, you know, the weepy eyes are just her fighting off the infection. She'll get better soon. Won't you, baby? Oh, I hit the good spot. I got the good stuff. Oh, I got the good stuff right there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I got the good stuff. We'll get to the actual, like, Comicon stuff here in a second. It's just, you know, you gotta pet the baby. One of life's little joys, just pet cats.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta throw this away. Be right back. There. I also started the kettle for tea.
No. Oh, your eyes are still weepy. Oh. You need a nap. Yeah.
Reaper needs a nap. Okay.
What?
Who's cat?
Here, we're gonna share a seat.
I don't know what she's doing.
Thank you.
Okay. We're sharing a chair now. And she's getting in my lap now.
Hello.
And this is the cat hour, apparently. Mm-hmm. That's fine. This is right around the time at a Comicon where everybody's like away for lunch anyway, so. But we're gonna pet cats while waiting for the tea kettle to go off. Oh, they're soft purrs.
Mm-hmm. Goodness.
She really wanted attention. I am giving her plenty of pets for all of you at home who want to give the kitty pets but cannot. Because there is a screen separating us. Know that she is heckin' soft.
Are you going to settle?
Sometimes she'll do this. She'll just stand on my lap and she'll give serious thought as to whether she wants to loaf or if she wants to jump off. And she'll stay this way for a good 30 to 60 seconds before she makes a decision. Okay. Back to Cryptid and Moon. I don't know if you can tell because of the lighting of the webcam. Oh, there she goes. But there are some subtle star patterns in here. I did do another one of these as a commission for a backer who backed Less Than Secret on Kickstarter. They asked me to draw a...
Madam?
She really does not want me to talk about this. But there is a Scottish cryptid that looks like a man riding a horse, but the man and the horse both have no skin. So you see their veins. I'm trying to remember the name of this thing, and I do not remember for the life of me, even though I had drawn this in my sketchbook at one point. But it is a Scottish cryptid. The most common way to thwart this particular cryptid is to cross a freshwater stream, because they're a saltwater creature. So if you cross a freshwater stream, it'll stop. So, not this guy though. This guy is he's just a moon cryptid. I really wanted to draw him, so I drew him.
Bless you.
Bree sneezed. This mini print is $4 each. This is also a limited print run. I have 4 copies printed up. Once they're sold, they're sold. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a PBS video about him on YouTube. I think I know which one you're talking about. It's like Monster Encyclopedia or something like that. I do not remember the name of this YouTube series, but it's run by a doctor lady. I remember that. Monstrum. That was the series. My tablet got really dusty all of a sudden. Dr. Z, or as Canadian and British friends would put it, Dr. Zed. So, I'm going to put this Cryptid and Moon back in his slot. There it is. We're just going to leave that open for a bit while I show off prints and mini prints. This one, he's definitely limited print run. Once he's sold, and I'm not printing any more of him. But this is the Incubus. I drew him as a fan art for a fanfic somebody wrote online by the username No Pants Saturday. Shout out to No Pants Saturday. They absolutely went ballistic as soon as they saw this, because this is a fan art of their fanfic that they wrote. But I was like, I want to draw this. So I drew it. And there he is in all of his incubus-y glory. He's only in a limited print run of 3. Once the 3 are sold, they're gone. I'm not printing up anymore. But unlike the other mini prints, he is glossy, because he's printed on HP photo paper, but he's glossy. So If you would like to get your hands on this, go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. Madam? Before I continue any further, it is now playing with the cat hour. This is not what I usually do at a Comicon, but this is what we do at Comicon at home. Oh, she wants to take my chair.
Want to take my chair? Well, you're gonna have to catch Mousy.
Into the cave. Oh, wait, watch this.
I didn't do nothing. That's a baby.
I like to mess with this cat. Kettle's about to go off. I will be right back. Let's adjust the camera angle. There we go. Be right back. Okay. While the tea steeps, I'm going to take the next 5 minutes as a break. I would encourage y'all to do the same because we have been streaming for about 2 hours now. So, get up, get a drink, go pee if you need to, stretch. We're just going to take like 5-10 minutes. We'll be back soon.
Evening. Oh, Madam.
Okay. We're going to be back on in just a minute. Rearranging my desk a little bit to try to make room for a mug warmer for my tea. I'm gonna put my phone back there. Oh, I see a first time chat from Purple Beautifly. Hello, good to see you.
Madam, you do not need to scratch the walls. You could just come up and ask for cuddles. Madam.
This cat likes to scratch the wall anytime that she wants my attention. Also, thank you for the compliment about my hat. I love it. This is my usual convention outfit because it's comfy and yet also stylish at the same time. It's like a hipster pirate. I love it. Oh, it's Jessica! Oh my gosh. I was thinking it was a reference to a Jessica, but it's not super often that I see this handle. But then again, to be fair, I usually see you commenting in the YouTube live stream chat, but I've started streaming on Twitch, so that explains the new handle. Madam? Oh, I know this cat. She's considering scratching the walls. Give me a second.
Bada bada. What was that? What was that, madam? Are you going to kill it? Are you going to kill it?
It is the cat playing hour. You would never guess she was 16.
Oh, goodness. Good job, you killed it. You killed it, baby. Good job.
I usually give her treats whenever she shakes something to death, but I don't have any treats on me, so.
What? What?
Oh, wait. Usually when I do that, that makes her poke her head out of the cave. Oh, it might be because Boo Boo just passed by under my desk. Hold on, we're gonna give it a second.
I didn't do nothing. Nothing.
Lately, this has been her favorite toy. Is just a catnip mouse on the end of a string. Half the time I don't even need to do anything. She provides all the centrifugal force that she needs. Okay. Yes, Bree Bree is very cute when she wants to be. The other half of the time, she's a little heathen. Almost forgot the mug warmer. Hold on. Okay. gonna slip this in here. I have a little folder on the side of my desk for inbox, which is where all my stray papers go to live until I can sort through them. We're gonna put that there. Water there. There. Made some room for the mugwormer. This, shout out to my older sibling, because this is one of the best Christmas gifts I ever got. There we are. Mugwormer, activate. We're gonna wrap the tag around here. I'm actually gonna do something a little different, and I'm gonna just leave the tea bag in the mug for a more powerful flavor, as it were. Why did they cancel the con? I don't know. I don't know if it was circumstances outside of their control or if the numbers just didn't add up. They did not go into any detail about it whatsoever. I didn't find out about it until I looked on their Facebook page. They did not email me. They did not email me to let me know that the show was canceled. And as far as I'm aware, they're not offering table refunds. So now I'm out $50. Yeah, there's a lot about this that makes me go, is this something they always do? Or is this a one-time thing? Either way, like, because, like, this particular group organizes a quarterly show, and they have shows in April, August, and November. I don't think I'm going to be going to any of them because of how not stellar they organized this particular instance. Like, I've seen poorly organized shows. This is on the end of the more poorly organized ones. Time to do the all-American tradition, lawyer up. I mean, it's $50. I'm not going to bring any lawyers in on a $50 table fee. That's why it's partly why I'm doing a Comicon table setup. I am hoping to make at least $50 today to help offset the cost of the table. So if you would like to donate to the cause, go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford or buy any of these on my Ko-fi shop. Just go to that link and click on shop, and pretty much all of these will be available there. If there's something on this table that you would like to get that it is not listed on my shop, just make a one-time donation and tell me what you would like to get. Like these Dragon Scale dice bags, not available yet in the shop, but if you make a one-time donation of $30, because that'll cover the bag plus shipping, $30, one-time donation, you can get this or this or this. They're all hand crocheted. They come with linings on the inside, so everything's all secure, and you can tie them up into bags. They're very cute. I just heard a notification like somebody just messaged me on Discord, so I wonder what that's about. 1 second, I am going to double check that. I would normally look on my phone, but I moved my phone to the other side of the book display. I hear the pings, and I don't know where they are, so that tells me that it's not super urgent. All right. Now, I would reach out to these people about getting a refund for my table, because it is $50. That's like my car insurance bill right there. But considering how not great their communication has been, I highly doubt that I would get the refund anyway. So that's why I would ask, if you have the means to, consider giving a one-time donation or buying something here. Back to showing off some of the other work that I have. If you missed the beginning part of this stream, don't worry. I figured out on the tech end of things how to record these streams on my new setup. It's just that posting these up on YouTube will take a little bit of extra time, so this will post on YouTube in a couple of days. Keep an eye on my YouTube channel for that. But right now, we're live on Twitch. If you missed the beginning part of this stream, it will be available in the YouTube archive in a couple of days. So, the next mini print that I have was actually something that I drew for Free Comic Book Day, and then I forgot to give away to peeps. So, this Free Comic Book Day dragon sleeping on top of comic book boxes. If you're wondering what the background is a filtered version of New Dimension Comics in St. Clairsville, Ohio. Shout out to them. They were the first ever comic shop that ever allowed me to set up my stuff and showcase my work. So I have a soft spot for them. They also hired me for a limited time to work putting stuff away on their shelves and to run their social media page. But the Free Comic Book Day dragon, this does not have a shop listing on my Ko-fi shop yet. So if you give, I'm going to say $5 for this, and that'll cover shipping. So just a flat $5 one-time donation at Ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, and you tell me you want the Free Comic Book Day dragon, I'll get it sent to you. So there you go. This is kind of an oddball size, so if you want to get this like framed and hung up on the wall, keep that in mind. But you can also just get some like gorilla ticky-tack or blue ticky-tack and just up on the wall. That's how half of these things are hung up anyway, especially the smaller end things over by the door. Those are hung up usually by the ticky-tack. These mini prints would be perfect for that. Once these are sold out, I'm not printing anymore, because these were, the initial conception for these was to be a limited print series, and I'm keeping to it. But yeah, make a one-time flat donation of $5 at Ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, and I will send you one of these. Oh, and I have original arts after this point. Now, a lot of these do not have listings on my Ko-fi shop. So, if there's a particular art piece that you would like to see, like if you would like to get one of these particular pieces, like to buy it, make a one-time donation and let me know which original art piece you would like to get. So, the first one, and these are original art pieces because these are like straight out of the sketchbooks. These are not prints. This is the first one. This is a sketch of a tree that grew in my backyard. And yes, my backyard had a cemetery in my previous house before I moved into this apartment. But this was a tree in the backyard of my previous home. Really like how it turned out. All these original sketches, until we get to a certain point, all of these sketches are $10 a piece. So if you make a one-time like $10 donation on Ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and you let me know what piece you would like to get, we'll make it happen and I'll send it to you. This is the next one. This was a reference sketch that I used for a painting that I did. And the painting that I did based off of this sketch is in the back of my closet currently. Mostly because I don't have the means to scan that painting in because it's too big. But this is the sketch that I used for the basis of a painting that I did. The back end of it shows, it's a bit of a thinner paper, but I do like how the sketch came out. This one's $10 if you're interested. Combination of pencil and ink. This one, straight ink. I really like how she turned out. I wanted to do an entire series of these, but I did pay homage to her in Witches, a Sketchbook, so at least there's that. But I do really like the line quality of this one, because there's just a bunch of texture in there. Look at all that texture. Love it. Texture in the hair and the feathers and the... I want to do more illustrations like this one. But she is available for $10 for a one-time donation of $10. Let me know that you would like to get this one. And then we have this lineup of Charlie outfits. I drew this as concept art for Charlie and Clow, the first adventure. But I just really like drawing Charlie in punk outfits, in goth punk outfits. So this was a lot of fun to draw. Also, no FX. It's a reference to an actual band. This one was all pencil, just to get that straightened up. This I drew in pencil, and then I colored this digitally. So this is the original sketch for a digital art piece, but I just really like how it turned out. Two sleeping dudes on a bench, drawn in pencil. Ooh, this was the first of the Mages series. So this is the Water Mage. Now, this print series that features her and 3 others, they're sold out. They're out of print. So this is the original art for this. Selling it for $10. This is Copics and pretty sure Micron pens. Yeah, this was before I started working with brush pens more regularly. So this is Micron pens and Copics. But yes, really like how she turned out here. I do want to do other illustrations like her that's not a Mages series, but I do like how she turned out. And there's this guy who is a pencil and ink sketch. This is a fan art for a Dragon Ball Z movie, actually. This is Android 14, I want to say. Yeah, Android 14. I just wanted to practice his outfit because his outfit is just so weird, you know? Ooh, this is one of my favorite straight up black and white illustrations. Thank you, Jessica, for your donation. I see the Ko-fi stream bot has notified me that you have made a donation, so thank you so much, Jessica. That is amazing. I appreciate your support. Sip of tea real quick before I get into the next one. Yeah, so shout out to Carrie and shout out to Jessica for making donations during this stream. Y'all are awesome. This, oh man, holy crap. I forgot that there was a sketch on the back of this one. Anyway, this is concept art for a comic idea that's still a work in progress. The comic idea is for a adaptation of Swan Lake. The original tweak that I made for this project was, what if it was the prince that got turned into a swan, not the female love interest? Looking at the project now, I think there are some other tweaks that I would make to it, but we're starting with some concept art for it, and this is the woman in the woods who is in that story. And also in a way, she also doubles as concept art for the Nafrit in the Legend of Jamie Roberts, because the Nafrit often have outfits like this one and carry weapons like this one. The Nafrit are the Legend of Jamie Roberts equivalent of Amazons, where it's primarily a woman nation, but they're all also nomadic, so they don't have a set city. They didn't used to be nomadic. They used to live in a city called Kinyat, and then Kinyat fell, so they are now nomadic. Ooh, okay. I have some tomatoes on the side for snackies. These are what I have heard called spoonful tomatoes or spoon tomatoes, because you can fit a whole bunch of these onto a spoon. But like, even though they're small, they have a lot of flavor packed into them. Like, holy banana pants. But I needed a healthy snack that was not donuts. We have like a ton of donuts, but I needed something that was not donuts to snack on. Okay, next sketch. This was actually something that I drew for a Patreon patron way back when I offered like the first round of black and white sketches. I'm back to offering commissions to people who support me on Patreon. So this is something that you could possibly get. One of my patrons wanted me to draw this guy. He's from Voltron. I do not remember this character's name, but he is from Voltron. And I was like, sure, I'll draw him. So there we go. We have that available. He is $10. I mean, Carlos, I see your comment. Who would not want to take donuts? Donuts are like bacon. They're the things that just add a little bit more joy in life, you know? Okay. Oh, I'm going to take a second to just enjoy that tea. 1 second. Yes, his name is Hunk. Thank you, Carlos. Oh, next $10 drawing that's available is this sketch of Wreck-It Ralph. This was another Patreon patron commission that somebody asked me to do. I think I inked him in digitally, but this is the original pencil sketch that I did for him. He's not super duper hard to do. He's just a bunch of straight lines. Ooh, and then we have this $10 sketch here of Handsome Jack. This was requested by the same dude who wanted me to draw Hunk. But Handsome Jack here. Fun fact, the English voice actor the American English voice actor who does the voice of Handsome Jack is also the voice of Cell in Dragon Ball Z. He also did the voice of Scar in the 2003 Full Metal Alchemist adaptation, and he does a couple of other voices. But it just cracks me up that this guy and Cell have the same voice actor in English. But yeah, I really like how he turned out here. I want to do more like character sketches like this guy, honestly. But he's available for $10 if you're interested. Oh, same person who asked me to draw Wreck-It Ralph also asked me to draw this version of Tinkerbell. This is from Hook. I do really like how she turned out here. Oh, the white balance is all kinds of thrown off now. But yes, I do like how she turned out here. But this is the Hook version of Tinkerbell. The Julia Roberts actress version. I like how she turned out there. And this is one of the original sketches for Dragons' sketchbook. I don't remember which day it was. Hold on. There should be a date on here. Day 24. This was day 24 of Inktober 2019. And I drew this dragon. I like how the colors came out here. Some of the gradient effects. Earlier I said this one had sold. I fibbed. This one's still available. I call her Miss Scarlet. This is another dragon that was in Dragons' sketchbook. This one is day 25. So the day after the previous one I just showed. This lovely lady. Like I said earlier, I want to do a small series of these again and see if Dragon's Roost Coffee and Games would be interested in showcasing any of them. But yeah, so expect more art like this pretty soon. And when that happens, I will be live streaming that on Twitch and possibly Instagram and TikTok as well. We'll see. when I was putting together the book for Dragons, a sketchbook, I realized, oh, dang, I don't have cover art. So I drew a cover. This became the cover for Dragons, a sketchbook. It's available for $10 now for the original Copic and Jelly Roll pen drawing. I do really like how this turned out, though. Might do more like it. Like, it's almost like a mask. This is a sketchbook page. This is just straight out of a sketchbook. This kind of like mock sketchbook page did eventually become the basis of inspiration for Kay the Valkyrie, to be perfectly honest with you, looking at it now. I do like how this turned out. This is pencil. This is just straight pencil. This was drawn in May of 2017. I'm so glad that I date all of my work. But this is available for $10 if you would like a mock sketchbook comic book page. And then I have this for all of you fan art aficionados. This is all my sketches for Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, in this page anyway. I had a hankering and I wanted to draw them and get some practice in. So that's what this is. There's also like some really dynamic poses half the time. And I just wanted to draw my take on them. Oh, this is the end image for Seeing Him. Seeing Him is now available in PDF at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. If you go into the shop and you check out the downloads, Seeing Him is a comic available in PDF form only. So Seeing Him was a webcomic that was originally available on one website, and then that website ended. So I moved it over to Smack Jeeves. Oh, wow, hold on. My voice started to crack. Wow. I've been talking a lot. Anyway, it started on one website, moved to Smack Jeeves, and then Smack Jeeves closed. And so the Seeing Him was homeless for a little while. And then I was like, I'll just put it into a PDF and put it up online and do it that way. So it is now available as a PDF. But this was the end credit image, because the beginning of Seeing Him, the front cover, was these two walking towards the viewer in black and white, and I figured that the ending should be very similar. It should be them walking away in color. So this is available for $10 if you were interested. And this is the original, like, sketchbook Copic drawing. This is not a print. And then we have Charlie. This particular sketch appeared in concept art behind the scenes in, I believe, Charlie and Clow back there. There we go. Yeah, Charlie and Clow back there. This is a sketch that appears in the concept art for it. But this original sketch available for $10 if you're interested. And you'll also get some impromptu doodles on the back. So there you go. The impromptu doodles on the back are my ideas for American Gods. So, fun little tidbit for you there if you decide to get this. You get 2 sketches in one for that one. Ooh. This. I do really like how this black and white sketch came out. I colored this digitally, but I do really like how the lines came out here. This project, at least for now, is discontinued, actually. This was drawn for a concept called Traveler's Road. It's discontinued because no matter how I look at the story, I can't get the story to work past a certain point. I might revisit it as a short story idea, but until I get back to it, it's just going to sit on the shelf. But I do really like how this illustration came out. Even if the lion head is a little Bit. $10 if you're interested. Oh, and this I drew as Drawing Foundations, a Drawing Foundations 101 finals project. The assignment was trompe l'oeil, and so I took a photo that I took at the Toledo Zoo, crumpled it up, put it on top of one of my sweaters, and did it that way. Because I really wanted to draw a tiger. But this is trompe l'oeil. Trompe l'oeil, for those who are not initiated in the fine art world, is trick of the eye. It's supposed to be rendered so realistically that your eye thinks it's real for a second, but it's actually a drawing. So I didn't really achieve that effect, I don't think. You can kind of tell that it's a drawing, but I did really like how the colors came out. I do also like the shadowing effect on the paper crinkles here. I like that effect. But it's available for $10. This, I mean, all the art, if you get it, is going to be bagged and boarded. This one especially so. Even if it's... Oh crap, I forgot that this was an A+. The grade was on the back. Yeah, the instructor gave me an A+ for this one. So yay, thank you, instructor. But this was drawn on Crescent illustration board, so it's thicker than the other ones. The other ones are on like sketchbook paper, but this, you can kind of hear it. It's actual illustration board. And I wanted to do that because illustration board is one of the better surfaces to draw colored pencils on, because it's so buttery smooth. I love it. I forgot that I got an A+ on that project. But it's also been like 12 years since I took that class. Ooh. A drawing of the Krampus. I like how the shadows came out in this one. But this is the Krampus. This is the first sketch I did of him. I did a second one, but the second one's not available for sale anymore. But this is the first one. I really like the shadows on this one. This one was... It was a marker, but I don't remember which marker it was. I'll get back to you on that one. Oh, you know what? I should revisit the mermaid sketchbook idea, because I did a mermaid sketchbook download ages ago, and this was part of it. But I want to revisit the idea because now I have other ideas of how I want to draw mermaids. So I might just do like a mermaids redux. Oh, and this was another Traveler's Road concept. This is much later than the previous one, but I did get the inspiration to draw Traveler's Road. Even though it's post-apocalyptic, I was like, what if everybody got around on bikes? So this was a concept for that. And even then, I struggled with bikes. Bikes are tricky to draw, man. Oh, this is a artist self-portrait line art. I mean, this is available for $10 if you wanted to get it, but I might not list this for sale anymore because it's a self-portrait. Who buys a self-portrait of an artist? But this is here. I like it. This was my icon from 2019 up until like 2020, and then I drew a new one. I'm going to need to replace the one that replaced this. So like there was this one, there was the one that replaced it, and now I'm going to need to draw a new one. Because the icon that replaced this, the icon that I drew to replace this one, that icon is now part of an account that got hacked, and I don't want that associated with my image anymore. So, man, things are awkward. Oh, okay. So that self-portrait, I see your comment, Arch of Winter. People who bought that Van Gogh self-portrait may beg to differ. I mean, there is a market for people who want to buy artist self-portraits. So who am I to judge? One sec. I'm going to take a second to have some more tea. Okay. Whew. So I've been doing a lot of talking. Thank you for bearing with me, y'all. These next 3 sketches. Wanted to make sure I got that number right. Pretty sure it's 3. Yes. These next 3 sketches are a little pricier because they're newer. These were drawn within the last year. B, they come bagged and boarded, and they are appropriately sized for framing stuff, or for getting them into frames. So keep that in mind with these ones. So these next 3 are $30 a piece. This is the original Cryptid and Moon drawing. You see how big he is? You see how much of a chonk he is? This is like 6x9, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's a size that's easier to frame than the mini print that is the basis. But this is the original Cryptid and Moon drawing, and he's available. This was the white Faber-Castell pen and Jelly Roll pen together. I mean, they're both good tools for drawing on black paper. So there we go. $30 if you are interested in getting in this one. But this one is framed, or at least it's properly sized to fit in a frame, and it's newer. That's why it's $30. It also comes bagged and boarded. I mean, all of them come bagged and boarded, but these are already bagged and boarded. This is the original for that first mermaid. See how big she is? See how big she is? I love her. But this is the original. I'm trying to angle it in such a way that you don't see a reflection of the computer screen. But I do like how she turned out. She is also quite large. This is also a 6x9, I'm pretty sure, but she's appropriately sized to fit in most frames. Again, $30, because she's quite big. She's also the original, she's newer, and she comes in a bag and board. And Mermaid number 2 of the series, also available. Also $30, comes bagged and boarded, appropriately sized to fit in most frames. This is the original, not a print. Keep that in mind. These originals are also not listed in my Ko-fi shop. So if you would like to get the Cryptid Moon or Mermaid 1 or this one, if you want to get the originals for these, make a one-time donation of, I'm going to say $35, because that'll be $30 for the art and $5 for shipping, or pay what you can.
Madam?
Bree scratching the walls again.
Madam?
I think she needs to have her face wiped again. One moment.
Baby? Meow, meow. But...
Oh, no, she just wants to play.
Madam?
Oh, the chair's blocking the view. Hold on.
Madam? Madam, I need to... That's not good enough to wipe your face. Madam?
Hold on one sec. We're going to lure her out.
she is.
Oh, I'm gonna have to lure her back out again.
Sit back, sit back. Hold still. Yeah, I had a feeling you had weepy eyes again. There we go.
Yep, I mentioned earlier she's fighting off a inner ear infection. At least we think it's an inner ear infection. When I took her to the vet, we weren't able to do a blood test because she threw a hissy fit. I had to burrito her in a sweater that I brought with me. But I described the symptoms that she had been going through to the vet, and the vet was like, this sounds a lot like an inner ear infection. Here's some medication. Also, here's 2 doses of gabapentin for the next time that she has to come in. So, we're working through the medicine. I've been putting it in some wet food. But she's getting better. It's just, she's now at the phase where she's getting a lot more weepy eyes and a runny nose because, you know, she's fighting off an infection. The medicine is working, but she's just going through it right now. Yeah, I'm giving her treats and pets and letting her just sleep on my lap as long as she needs to in the mornings. And this is one of those moments where I'm really glad that I'm freelancing full time again, because I cannot imagine trying to handle taking care of the medicine for this cat, taking care of some of the other creative projects that I have going on, and working a part-time job at the same time. Like, and not only that, but working a part-time job or a full-time job where the schedule is not picked by me. So I'm freelancing full-time from now until about the end of September. This is kind of a trial run to see how well this goes. We'll revisit at the end of September how well it's gone. But I'm freelancing full-time to take care of some creative projects and also to take care of my fur baby because she's not feeling well. But so far, it's working out okay. Aside from the fact that today's original Comicon got canceled and nobody told me, so we're doing this live stream instead. But I would rather hang out with y'all anyway. Also, all of that is to say, really glad that on the drive back from the venue, because I drove to the venue, went, where the heck is everyone? Looked at their Facebook page and saw that they had canceled. They did not email me, but I looked at the Facebook page and saw a post saying that they had canceled at the last minute. Especially since I already paid $50 to these people. Not going to go to their next quarterly show or any other shows after this. But I'm rambling. But on the drive back from the venue, rather than being like super duper angry, I was eventually like, what can I do instead? And the idea came to me to do this live stream. And I'm so glad that I'm doing this live stream. For one, shout out to Carrie and Jessica for giving donations and subscriptions on Ko-fi during the stream. So thank you for your support. Also, thank you for those of you who haven't bought anything yet, but are still like leaving comments or watching. Hugely appreciate you too. If you are enjoying this, share the stream. Like, just share it far and wide. The more viewers that there are, the more eyeballs that see this, the more potential fans there could be to read stuff like Roxy, or The Legend of Jamie Roberts, or The Case of the Wendigo, or anything like that. Oh, you know what? After showcasing some more art and stickers, I may read another passage from Dance Macabre and Other Works by Sean McGavin, and I'll talk about that book again here in a minute. So, back to the arts. This is the last of the $30 original art pieces that I have available. But again, there's no shop listings for them on my online store. So if you want the one of the $30 originals that I just showed off, just go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, make a one-time donation, we'll make it happen. Oh man, I'm so sorry that you're sick too, Jessica, because like Callie was saying that earlier, she's also sick. Lots of people that I know are sick like lately. So I'm sorry that y'all are going through that. Callie and Jessica, I'm sorry that y'all are going through that. Like, take it easy, yo. Drink some tea. This is decaf Earl Grey with some honey in there. With all the talking I'm doing, I might make another cup. I think this is the last one. Yes. Yeah, this was the last piece of art. This is just some, like, extra signage paper just in case I needed it at a show. I needed to make some impromptu signage. Ooh. Pins. I'll show off the pins next because they're little. So there is a shop listing for this one. Little green baby dragons. This is so little, but he is available for $4. This is an acrylic pin, so a little bit more sturdy. It does come with a glossy cover on it that you can peel off later, but is available. Catching up on comments. Between this and the squirrel video I have on TV for the puppy, I'm set and happy for a nice calm day. That's good. Yeah. It's a Sunday. There really should be more calm days. So, yeah. Squirrel. Back to the pins. So, I have this one. I have a listing for this one in my online store. Ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. There is a listing for this one. I do not have a listing yet for the next one, which is this baby. This one does not have a proper shop listing yet, but it will be coming up soon. So keep an eye on for that. But if you would like to get this baby, just give a one-time, I'm going to say $5 to $10 donation to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. $5 to $10, and I will send this to you if you would like to get one. But this is the Philadelphia Pride pin dragon baby. Took me a second to remember which pride flag this was, but this is the Pride, the Philly Pride. It's very cute. I do also have 2 keychain designs. One has a shop listing, the other one does not. This one is the one with the shop listing. This is the Dragon Baby keychain. Hand for scale, face for scale. But this is a Dragon Baby keychain. I do love how he turned out. Now the print proof showed in white, but in print, in practice, it's actually clear. So that was an unexpected surprise. But it did turn out okay, all things considered. I do really like this keychain. It's very cute. But he is $5 at comic conventions. And that's not counting shipping. But if you would like to get this one, he is available in my Ko-fi shop. Oh, thank you, Jessica. I love all of my dragons too. I'm glad that you love all of my dragons. I'm going to be revisiting the style of paintings of these dragons here. I'm going to be doing another series pretty soon, and I'm going to see if Dragons Roost Coffee and Games would be interested in those. I've mentioned this a couple of times in the live stream, but this is for folks who are like just tuning in. Okay, the next keychain does not have a shop listing yet, but this was available as an add-on for folks who pre-ordered Roxy, the sketchbook, or who pre-ordered Roxy. My mind was on sketchbooks for a minute, but for folks who pre-ordered Roxy and pledged a little extra, there were these keychains available. The Macho Mujeres Roller Derby. I like how this one turned out. There we go. Improve the lighting a little bit. Yeah. I do really like this one. I also made this into a sticker. But yeah, Macho Mujeres Roller Derby keychain. Because there should be more keychains for roller derby. But this will also be available for $5 soon on my online store. If you would like to get it, just make a one-time donation to cover this plus shipping at ko-fi.com/KelseyD Crawford. We'll get that all squared away. And now, oh, I see the Ko-fi bot has let me know that Mariah has bought something from my online store. Thank you, Mariah, for your support. So that is a shout out to Carrie, Jessica, and Mariah for buying stuff from my online store. Thank you so much. For those of you who have not made a purchase, totally understand. Finances are weird right now. Best way you can help out this stream is to just share the stream on social media, whether you share it on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. Let folks know that I am streaming live on Twitch. The more eyeballs that get on this channel, the more exposure all of these books can get. But yes, thank you all so much for your support so far. We're nearly done. We're going to be doing another hour of showcasing stuff, and then I will show you my breakdown process. Because we're only going until 4 today. I know, this is an unusually long live stream for those of you who have watched my live streams before. But I wanted to take up a time slot that... Because the original show that I had booked a table for was going to run from like 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And so when I was driving back from the venue, being a little pissed that they had canceled at the last minute and didn't tell me, I was like, I'm just going to do a live stream until 4 o'clock because that's how long the convention was going to be anyway. Why not? It is. It's double the stream. Thank you, Carlos. Now, I have spent time talking about my books. I spent time talking about my paintings. And my sticker sheets, which I forgot a sticker sheet. Let me get it real fast. Before I get to the wall of stickers here, I'm going to show off one more sticker sheet that I have. Might show off some greeting cards that I have too, because I don't tend to sell a whole bunch of greeting cards at comic conventions, but they sell pretty okay on the online store. But Dragon Baby stickers. The Dragon Baby sticker sheet. Yes! Stick it to them! Yes! I love this. Lots of people love this. This is one of the most popular sticker sheets that I have. I only have 3 left. So whatever stock number the Ko-fi online store says is available may or may not be accurate. I only have 3 available at the moment. So, yes. 3 of these. They are $10 each, not counting shipping. But they are available in the online store. ko-fi.com/KelseyD Crawford. Click on shop. They are there. There should be a category for stickers. They'll be there. But Dragon Baby stickers, I love these. These were based on some of the sketches that I showed off in Dragons' sketchbook earlier. And I went, I'm going to make these into stickers. And then I liked them so much that I made more stickers. And I made them into pins and keychains. And I want to keep doing that. In fact, I liked them so much that I made them into more stickers. So, this is the new wall of stickers that I have. I set up this display just for comic conventions, but this is a good way to show it off here too. So, trying to be mindful of the space that I have. So, I do have some Dragon Baby Pride stickers over here. When I do this at shows, my stickers are like $3 each or 2 for $5. there's not really a way to honor the two for $5 deal on Ko-fi, so they're just $3 each, but we'll figure it out. But yeah, sticker sheets like this are $10 a piece. Anyways, wall of stickers. So a few of these may look familiar already because these two were from These two were from Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. Part of the reason the first Kickstarter for that book failed was because I was trying to fund sticker printing and book printing at the same time. When I relaunched the campaign, I made stickers a stretch goal and made books the baseline goal. So, lesson for y'all. Okay. I think I might have another cup of tea in a minute. This "Oh Yes" sticker was part of the pre-order campaign for Roxy. That and the Macho Mujeres keychain. And this sticker were all part of the pre-order campaign. The Pride stickers up here, I can walk you through the different Pride stickers that are up here and what flags represent what. Because I've had to do this multiple times. So, this little buddy is the asexual Pride sticker. This is the pansexual Pride sticker. This one is genderqueer, so this one's mine. The genderqueer sticker. This is the trans sticker. Non-binary sticker, because there's a difference between non-binary and genderqueer. We can get into that in a minute. But non-binary sticker. And this is the Philadelphia Pride sticker. It's called the Philadelphia Pride because it debuted at a Pride parade in Philadelphia. Because it has black and brown stripes along with the traditional LGBT rainbow colors. Or at least a modernish iteration. The original LGBT Pride flag had a pink stripe. But after a point, they discontinued the pink stripe because pink was a hard color to source for flags. Fun fact for you. But yeah, there's a difference between non-binary and genderqueer, and it depends on who you ask. But they're not really that interchangeable. Basically, the easiest way to put it is non-binary. Non-binary is one of those things that, to me, is a lot more performative, but genderqueer is a lot more not performative, as it were. Oh, hold on.
Boo-boo?
Boo-boo's eating Brie-Brie's food, and she should not be doing that.
Boo-boo. Boo-boo, that is not your food. No. No.
Brie-Brie has special little old lady cat food, and yet Boo-Boo eats it, even though Boo-Boo is not a little old lady. She's not even in the double digits. And she tries to eat Brie-Brie's special old lady food. Cats. But yeah, there is a difference between non-binary and genderqueer, and we're not going to get into too much detail about it. And also because I don't remember all the details about it right now. I'm running off of adrenaline at this point. But there's also asexual Pride, pansexual Pride. I have other Pride stickers. Like I have bisexual Pride. I have a romantic Pride. I have gender fluid. And a few other ones. I just haven't printed them yet. These are the ones that I have printed and available. More will be coming. This sticker, the Philadelphia Pride Dragon Baby, was one of the picks for Patreon patrons as part of the Art of the Month Club. So they got first dibs on this sticker before it got made available at conventions and my online store. This is Beatrice, little crow witch. She is in the Inktober 2021 comic that I drew called Puzzle Spell, which will be coming in PDF download form very soon. Stay tuned for news about that. These two, the Pixie, the Forest Pixie, and the Omni here, are both from Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. Get that a little closer so you can see it in better detail. These two are from Gods and Spirits, a sketchbook. The cool thing with this sticker is when you peel it off of the back, it's on transparent paper. So the head and the hands look like they're floating. I had to special order these ones to get that effect, but so worth it. And then I have, can't ignore Mr. Dino. I have the Trans Pride flag. This was the first Pride flag that he was ever printed with. But we have the Trans Pride, Mr. Dino, and this is the Progress Pride flag. It's called the Progress Pride flag because the arrows represent moving forward. But the Progress Pride flag includes the Trans Pride colors and the Philadelphia stripes, the black and brown, on top of the regular Pride stripes. But we have this available with Mr. Dino as well. There should be shop listings for these two. If not, one-time donation, and we'll get that squared away. This is the Fuck Off Weapon series. This does not have a shop listing yet, but I really wanted to make these stickers for the D&D nerds out there. So I have this is my Fuck Off Hammer. This is my Fuck Off Halberd. This is my Fuck Off Bow. And this is my Fuck Off Sword. Came up with this series because in Critical Role, in the latest campaign, there is a punk rock barbarian who carries a hammer made of glass that just has the words "fuck off" attached to it, like etched into the surface. It's great. So I was like, I'll just make a series of these for all the D&D nerds out there who are playing like barbarians or other like bloodthirsty classes that handle these weapons and really want to show that off. I did censor these display ones though, because more often than not, children notice my table first, and I don't want them to pick up the F word quite yet from my table. Even if they've learned it from other people. I don't want that. I don't want the mess of that. This is Pim. I just love Pim. Pim is so much fun. This is a spirit from the Legend of Jamie Roberts. And we have Malaminx in her holiday outfit. Malaminx is the cat witch from Puzzle Spell that Beatrice shows up in. So Beatrice and Malaminx are in the same comic, but they're just so cute. Look at that. So cute. But yeah, these are all the stickers available. They are $3 each. When I go to conventions, I do make the deal of 2 for $5. Can't really honor that in the online store, but they are available. Okay. I think I'll get the tea kettle ready for another cup. Yes, Boo-Boo? We have a bin full of cat toys, and on occasion, Boo-Boo will find this bin, and she will start playing with them in the bin. She does not take them out. She just puts her front 2 paws into the bin and will play with whatever toys are in there. Oh, man. Tea. Grace blessed tea. Okay. I'm going to bag up these Dragon Baby stickers real quick. Well, yes, I do keep a lot of my stickers in sandwich bags. Thank you for asking. They're the best way to store things. These next few things are offerings I list on my online store, but more often than not, I don't take them to Comic Cons anymore. But I will offer them here. I have greeting cards available. You are awesome. Blank on the inside, so you can write whatever you want. And it's got my logos on the back. If you order one of these, it comes with its own envelope, bagged and boarded. You can get them individually or in packs of 10. There's a discount available if you buy them in bulk. So, got a small stack of You Are Awesome cards here. I've also made it a special where for part of the Art of the Month Club on Patreon, whenever I mail out stickers to folks, I make new greeting cards. And I have definitely mailed out stickers in these before. These and a few other designs I'm going to show off in just a second. Holy banana pants. I have a bunch of these ones. So, next one, there's a lot of them. Rainbow cat cards. This was a design I originally drew as part of my Kitties by Kelsey project series. Kitties by Kelsey is a project that I run on Redbubble because I was like, you know what people love? Cats. You know what I love to draw? Cats. I'm going to draw them and post them up on Redbubble so people can get them on t-shirts, cards, stickers, more shirts, hoodies, blankets, whatever they want to get them on. They can just get cats. Cats all day. Cats on everything. This design, it's actually a full-on spread. This design I originally drew as a puzzle because Redbubble has puzzles available. I don't do too many art pieces that double as puzzle projects for Redbubble because those are really large file sizes for those. They tend to eat up a lot of disk space on my poor laptop. But I would love to do more puzzle designs because I love designing puzzles. But this was a puzzle design. Was the rainbow cats, the rainbow cat spread. But I really liked it, so I just made them into greeting cards that I could print up at home. Logo on the back. They are blank on the inside, so you can write whatever you want to. One of my favorite things to do, not gonna lie, is to take blank greeting cards and just write letters to people. It's one of my favorite things to do it's just a side hobby. Which reminds me, I still gotta write letters to folks. I usually write letters to my buddy Susie. Shout out to Susie if you're watching this stream. I need to write you a letter because a lot has happened. Pulling a Voltaire or whoever came up with this quote. The quote goes, "I did not have enough time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long one." And honestly, mood. All right, but these greeting cards are available. Blank on the inside. When you order these, they come with their own envelopes. They also come in packs of 10, and there's a whole bunch of these, clearly. But they are available on my online store, Ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. They're a specialty item. I don't remember which category that they're in, but they are available in the online store. Okay. Before I get to anything else, I'm going to start the kettle for another cup of tea. Be right back. Okay. I changed the mic output because for some strange reason, OBS decided to not recognize Blue Snowball for a minute. Um, hmm. Uh-oh, audio issues. Now it's a stream. Thank you, Carlos. Um, Glad that y'all can hear me now, so thank you for that. Sorry that the mic quality may have changed since I walked away. I don't know what happened there, but glad y'all can hear me. So I was just saying, we're going to take like 5 to 10 minutes. First, I'm going to take 5 to 10 minutes to figure out what the heck happened with the mic, but I would encourage y'all to take like 5 to 10 minutes to get up, stretch, go to the bathroom, get drinks, get snacks, whatever it is that you need to do. I'm going to grab some snacks, and I'm also going to figure out what the heck happened with the microphone, because that was weird. Like that, I've not had that happen with OBS before, and I don't like how I had to resolve it. So I'm going to take a few minutes to figure that out. Anyway, we'll be back. I'm going to get some snacks, figure out the technical stuff. We'll be back in about like 10. There's two more things. Just catching up on comments real quick. Cool. Speaking of hydrate, I'm going to have a glass of regular water, not just tea. Not quite pro tip for anybody that wants to preserve their voice because you do a lot of talking for whatever reason, be it your profession or otherwise. When you are rehydrating, rehydrate with water or tea. If you're going to rehydrate with water, make sure the water is room temperature, particularly if you're swapping back and forth between water and tea. Because if you're drinking ice cold water and tea, that'll just mess with your throat more than help it. So make sure the water's room temperature and drink hot tea. If you're one of those oddball people that needs to drink hot water, at least have it be hot water with lemon. So I've definitely heard of voice actors who have had to do that. Twitch chat, I'm going to put this up for a vote. Do you think that I should get a chocolate glazed donut or a double chocolate donut? So should I get a chocolate glazed or a double chocolate donut? Vote in the comments. We do need a mochi donut place in Northwest Ohio. Where are you getting the donuts? There's a box of donuts on the table over there. We got a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts yesterday, and there's still some left over. That's where they're coming from. We do not have any eclairs. Sorry, Jessica. But there's a vote for double, and so far, that seems to be the only one. In that case, why not both? I can't eat both donuts at the same time. I can only eat one at a time. My mouth is only so big. That's what she said. So I'm gonna go double. double chocolate donut. Okay. Before I continue, I'm going to take a second to figure out the audio stuff. Still figuring out the audio things. Okay. That's weird. I've not had that happen before, where partway through a stream, this blue snowball just on itself. If anybody knows the solution to that, I'm all ears. So then I'm going to finish off this donut. Let's all take a second. This is the content warning food portion of the live stream. This is also around the point at a Comicon, if I were doing this in person, where I would start asking people how they're doing. Callie, I'm really glad that you're friends with a bunch of streamers. Oh, Jessica, didn't this happen once with StreamYard? I feel like it did. The StreamYard thing was a little bit easier to figure out than this. OBS is new software to me. OBS heard the desktop audio just fine. It picked up my Discord notifications, because of course it did. Like, really? Fine. But for some reason it's not capturing Blue Snowball. It's just capturing the audio that the laptop is picking up. Yeah. Yeah, this is very weird. Okay. Oh. I poked a thing. See what it did. Okay. Let me know if the quality of the audio just changed, because I clicked a thing under settings and it looks like something took, but I don't know what did. If it sounds about the same, don't worry about it. It stayed the same? Okay. I was thinking it stayed the same because the audio mixer window is showing the backup mic is still active, but the Blue Snowball mic is not active. I don't know what the heck happened to that. We'll figure it out later. Oh, excuse me. Been wearing this hat long enough. This is the closest thing I have to a pirate hat. Once I find a more proper pirate hat, I will put that in the ensemble. We're going to show off 2 more prints as soon as I'm done with this donut. Because these are the last 2 things that I usually have on a table setup. I did not have these on display because I usually tape these on 2 milk crates stacked on top of each other, and that's my print display. I just did not do that because this desk is my drafting table, and this can only handle so much weight on it. And the 2 milk crates stacked on top of each other is going to be just a little too heavy for this to handle. It can handle the book display because this book display is made of a lightweight wood. It's also really close to the leg support, and the leg support ends can support a little bit more weight than the center of the table. Never stack anything heavy in the dead center of the table. I would say I learned this the hard way, but it was not my mistake that did it. It was the table helper who helped me at another show. This person, Grace bless them, they were definitely slow. They just started stacking the heaviest boxes in the middle of a table, and then the table started to buckle, and he was like, "What's happening?" And I'm like, "You're stacking the heaviest things in the middle. You need to put the heaviest things on the ends." Pro tip for anybody that wants to showcase your stuff or are setting up a table or are loading anything in. Put the heaviest things near the axles. Got one more bite of donut. Actually, thinking about table setups, convention prep, and things like that, I'll throw this out there now. I will be putting a downloadable up on my Ko-fi shop soon for anybody who aspires to showcase comics or art at an indie Comicon or an artist alley at a convention. I'm going to put together a little checklist, and this checklist is the checklist that I usually go with for packing up my gear to get ready for a show. I'm going to make a little downloadable that is this master checklist so that aspiring creators who have never been to a Comic-Con before but want to get an artist alley table, you can have an immediate reference for stuff to check off your list. Just have that as a download available for you. That will be put together soon, and it will be listed in my online store. Link on the screen. Oh, catching up on comments. Thank you, Callie, for sending out the messages. Let me know when you get a reply. To be honest, most of my life is handled by checklists. It's how I keep organized. And for people who have never done this sort of thing before, a checklist will come in super duper handy to keeping your life organized. Now, with that donut finished, I can talk about these last 2 prints. They're the same print, but 2 different qualities. I'm going to go with the nice quality one first. This is the Forest Spirit. That is the official title of this illustration. If you go to ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford and you look on the main page, there is a video that shows some of the process of painting this. This is actually multimedia. There's Copic markers in the background and in the grass. There's white gouache for the skin. There's watercolor. And it's all on green tinted pastel paper. So that's why the texture is the way that it is and why there's a green undertone to everything. I love how this turned out. This print, I have 2 of these fine quality prints available. However, I also have misprints. Now, the misprints It may not show. Oh, yeah, actually it does show. So, this is a misprint. You notice how the color is a little paler in comparison to the other one? This isn't super appreciable on a live stream, but if you were in person, you would be able to feel the difference. This is a lighter weight paper than what this one is. This one is a thicker, like almost like poster paper. Well, not quite poster paper. It's more of like a display paper. This is almost like really thin poster paper in comparison. So the quality is different. The colors have turned out different. It's just, yeah, this is a misprint. And I have at least 9 misprints available for y'all. The good prints here are 10. The misprints are 5. They're both in the same listing. They're just drop down options. So there's the option to get the good one and the option to get the misprint one. Lately, at comic conventions, this is something I picked up from my comics buddy Ben, because he has a print that he's like, all the proceeds from the sales of this print will go towards Planned Parenthood. So whenever we showcase side by side at tables at Comic Cons, this is often part of the fundraiser deal, where purchases of the misprint funds all go towards Keep Our Clinics. Keep Our Clinics is the indie version of Planned Parenthood. So I'm going to maintain that for the online store. All purchases of the misprint Forest Spirits, the proceeds from the sales of these will go towards Keep Our Clinics. The regular quality ones are 10. Misprints are 5. Oh, we got a comment. Have one person typing and another linked me to a page that says to right-click the speaker icon in the bottom right corner of your taskbar, open the volume mixer, and make sure that the speaker icon under OBS is not muted. That's the thing. The snowball's not muted. I double checked that. The video capture device audio is muted, and I did that because if I did not do that, there'd be a weird echo effect happening right now. Well, I'm not going to open Audacity right now because, like, my laptop can only handle so many programs happening at once. We'll do that later, but I'm not too fussed about it right now. I'm just glad that I had the backup mic that I did, and I'm glad that y'all are still able to hear me. So we'll figure that out later. I'm pretty sure Blue Snowball is still going to work. It's just for whatever reason it decided to just stop working. Taskbar. Trying to find the taskbar. Oh! It said no, it's nap time. That might be what it is. Everybody wants a nap at this hour. I mean, I get it. Oh, drop you some links to check later. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, that's all of the merch that I take with me to Comic Cons. There's a bunch of stuff. If you would like me to show off something that you might have missed, shout it out in the comments. Let me know. If there's anything that you have questions about, like how did I draw this thing? How did this thing get made? Anything like that, ask that in the comments as well. This book here, Dance Macabre by Sean McAdam. I included this in the table lineup because I did a lot of behind the scenes work and cover art for this book. This is by my buddy Sean, but I did the cover art and I paid for an editor to help edit this book. And this is the first indie book that I have published under Fantasyville Productions that is not something by me. This is by my buddy Sean. So, if I'm selling these books, any purchases made directly from me are split 80-20 with Sean. 80% goes to Sean, 20% goes to me to help recoup the cost of paying for an editor. That said, you can buy these anywhere that books are sold online. That includes Barnes & Noble and Amazon. Lately in my email newsletters, I have been including the Amazon link to buy a copy of this. They're brand new, $10 a copy, so keep that in mind. Also keep in mind, this is not a comic book. This is a collection of prose and poetry. So, and it is a collection because they are all by the same author. There's a difference between a collection and an anthology. Collections are all done by one person. Anthologies are done by different creators. For folks who are familiar with my work, you might be sitting here wondering, wait, where's Less Than Secret? The answer to that is I don't have any physical copies of Less Than Secret on hand right now. I've sold out of all of them for the time being. If you would like to get a copy of Less Than Secret, then what you need to do is go to, I'm going to double check the website for this one, actually. Maybe they updated the Kickstarter page to have Okay. I need to yell at Ben and Rainer to add a link on the main Kickstarter page under the header that will lead directly to the online store. Because as is, they only have links to it in the updates. Okay. Okay. So if you would like to get your hands on a copy of Less Than Secret, just go to canonwrite.com. And that's Canonwrite spelled CANONWRITE.com. I'll have a link on my website as well. Bug Ben, LOL. Yes, absolutely, Bug Ben. Okay, so I think for the last few minutes before I pack everything up, I would like to read another passage from Dance Macabre by Sean McGavin. So, flipping through to see what excerpt I would like to read out loud for all of you. Because I read a segment of Boys earlier today. I also read a poem in this book. Yeah, I read A Whisper in the Dark. Sorry, I just looked at the first sentence of As the River Ran Red, and As the River Ran Red is the vampire story. These are all horror themed and some variation or other. Boys, which is a short story in this, Boys is like sci-fi horror. There's also horror poetry. There's also The Dance Macabre, the title short story, is like a fantasy horror. And As the River Ran Red is vampires. There's also like a werewolf story in here. Pretty sure it's, yeah, Beast from the Bayou is like a borderline werewolf story. I say borderline because it's never made clear explicitly. Also, there's references to like real world locations, like Cedar Point is referenced in Beast of the Bayou, or Beast from the Bayou. Ooh. I'll read the poem Scarecrow Man. I like this one. Sip of tea first. So, Scarecrow Man, a poem from Dance Macabre and Other Works by Sean McGavin. On a sunset-laid field of corn, from twine and straw I was born, to watch the field in silence stare, in hopes of mice and crow to scare. Through autumn's chill and winter's bleak, from day to day and week to week, through spring's rebirth and summer's blaze, all the fields were in my gaze. Then happened on an autumn morn, my gaze was lifted from the corn. I felt a chill as the cold wind blew, and saw that I'd been born anew. Arms and legs held tight with twine, I now could move with will and mind. No more resigned to watch and guard, my sights were set beyond and far. I know not how this came to pass, nor for how long it will last. But I intend to make the most, and I climbed down that wretched post. My legs of straw seemed weak at first, and I fear my binding might stretch and burst. But step by step the strength does come, and soon enough I begin to run toward the house from whence I came, where I was born that autumn day. Those human hands that had made me would never stay and set me free. To have my freedom I must commit to chest to stab or throat to slit, perhaps to strangle those hands of mine, choke flesh and bone with string and twine. But luck is on my side this day. A pitchfork lays on a bale of hay. With lance in hand and door unlocked, I lay in wait for their looks of shock. For when they come downstairs to peek, the ravens won't be all who shriek. So that was Scarecrow Man from Dance Macabre and Other Works by Sean McGavin. If you would like to get a copy of this, they are $10 a piece. You can make a one-time donation at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. 80% goes to Sean, 20% goes to me to recoup the cost of the editor. You can also get these through Barnes & Noble or Amazon if you would like more of the money to go to Sean directly. Thank you, Jessica. I've considered getting into reading audiobooks, but I need a better mic setup for that. Something that's not Blue Snowball. All right. With that, I'm going to start breaking down and packing up this table setup. Earlier I mentioned this would be how I would usually do a 3-foot table setup, a 3-foot to 4-foot. Because most comic conventions, the table lengths that they go with are either 6 feet or 8 feet. And sometimes, especially at indie conventions, they'll offer half table spaces available. Genghis Khan does this. Small Press Expo does this. Rathacon, you book single tables and you can meet up with art friends and be like, hey, do you want to split a table? Because that's always an option too. But there are conventions out there that offer half table spaces. And half table spaces are either half of a 6-foot table or half of an 8-foot table. This would be the sort of thing that I would display for a 4-foot, I'm going to say. 3-foot or 4-foot. But this is on the smaller end. This is like a half table setup. If I had a full table, I would be able to do the double milk crate print display. I could have my books further spread out. I could spread out other things. But this works. Aside from the fact that the sticker display is not up. I usually have it up and mounted on a display, but not today. I wanted more things to be visible over here. All right, let us start breaking it down. First thing we're going to do, the easy stuff. The easy stuff is the prints and the sticker display. I have a tote bag that I keep the larger prints in. Okay. Reason for that is because it's easier to put it on the dolly cart that I have. I put my dolly cart away already, but whenever I bring stuff to comic conventions, I fit them in these 2 milk crates, put them on a dolly, and the tote bag will often fit on the handle around the back of the milk crates, but sandwiched between the milk crates and the dolly to keep it flat. That's how I usually do it. The book display, at least the flatter parts of the book display, also fit in the tote bag, so that's really nice. And earlier I was describing a double milk crate setup that I've used to display the larger prints. That's these. And yes, I do use my storage milk crates that house the convention gear, and I double them as print displays. The effectiveness of milk crates cannot be understated. Oh, I had a lot more copies of Dragons' Sketchbook. I ordered a bunch of these. Okay. Just gonna take the dragons and sit it there. Okay, I put the prints away. Or the larger prints, I should say. We'll take these. And put them in here. Oh, at a comic convention, I actually keep this drawstring bag handy because as a vendor, I highly enjoy and encourage people to trade with other vendors. And half of my acquisitions on my bookcase have been gotten through trades. So anytime that I make trades with people and I want to keep it separate from my other stuff, I put them in this drawstring bag and then just loop it on my back and boom. But I actually need to replace this because now I see there's a little hole. The little hole shouldn't be here. Nope. I either need to repair it or replace it. I'm going to see if I can repair it. I'll leave it out. Here. Okay. Put down Advanced Macabre here. Close that. I use these. These are like originally intended for like dishware displays. So like if you had Wedgwood, fancy Wedgwood that you wanted to showcase, you would use these. But these work really well for book displays. I did have super fancy ones that are like made with Kickstarter on the front of them, but they're often too bulky for my packing setup, so I hardly use them half the time. They're nice souvenirs though. Got them at my first ever Small Press Expo because my first ever Small Press Expo Kickstarter sponsored. But that was right around the time that Kickstarter workers were starting to unionize. So when I told people, hey, I got gifts from Kickstarter, there were definitely some people that gave me some odd looks. And I didn't know why because I didn't get the memo. Okay, and I keep any framed illustrations that did not sell. I wrap them up in bubble wrap and I put them in this mailer here. Just catching up on comments real quick. Okay. Ooh. Ah ha ha. Okay, I was just thinking to myself, I need to make a book signage thing, book pricing signage for Dance Macabre and other works, since this is going to be part of my table setup now. And I've happened to have found 2 chipboard pieces. I can just put them together and boom, there we go. Because that's what this is. When I display the prices, it is actually 2 chipboard pieces stapled together with some scrapbooking paper on the top for decoration and the price tag over top of that. Handmade solutions. I'm going to leave these 2 out so that I can make signage for Dance Macabre. Next thing I do is I take down the book pricing signage. Yeah, this is almost like inverse what I do to set up things. I say almost because I don't always do all of the steps in order. I have some magazine size plastic bags that I take with me to shows to bag up things for the bag and board process. I'm going to keep an eye on this because both of the kitties that live here love to chew on plastic bags. So I want to make sure that they're not going to try to eat that. Any book piles that are still shrink wrapped from the printer, I do like to have them out on display just to be like, hey, I have extra stock. Don't feel like you're buying the last of anything yet. There. But I grab the book bundles first because those go in the bottom milk crate because those are usually the heaviest ones. I think that's all the book bundles. Yep. At this point, I'm going to take my hat off and tie my hair back. It's a little annoying to try to do this with loose hair. Okay. I made some signage for the Character Compendium Volume 1. If you would like to check out this book, here's a QR code. You can scan it and it'll take you directly to the shop listing for the Character Compendium Volume 1. And there we go. I'll put that with the book bundles. Okay. And then the graphic novels, starting with The Case of the Wendigo, going next. Or the Wendigo, I've heard it pronounced both ways. Oh, catching up on comments. Our kitty Zola loves to chew on cords, and for some strange reason, my wife's bangs. Cats are weird, man. Cats are very, very silly. And then all the copies that I have of The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1, Shaboon. Now, the misprints from the first print run of The Legend of Jamie Roberts, Volume 1 do still exist. I don't have them on hand right now. The box is at Ben's place. They will be available. The misprints will be available at Small Press Expo. I just don't have them on hand right now. I just have the perfected volumes, as it were. Okay. And there we are. Okay. With that, that takes care of the bottom milk crate for now. Now for the cash box stuff. I'm going to see about getting a smaller cash box for comic conventions. It's at a point where at a lot of shows, ow, there we go, don't fall over. It's getting to a point now where at a lot of shows I actually keep the con cash in this bag of holding, which is adorable. This is Jester themed for the folks who have seen Critical Role Campaign 2. There's donuts on the inside. Look at the donuts on the inside, it's so cute. But yeah, this is a bag of holding back design, front design. And this fits on the wrist, so it makes a good cash register because I don't have to reach into a cash box, and I have it right here, all handy and stuff. So I've been using this a lot more as my cash box at conventions. There we go. This cash box does have 2 layers to it. The top layer holds all the cash. The bottom layer holds the book displays until I'm able to find a better home for them. Oh, definitely meeting you at SPX, Delos. Okay, I'm going to stack these books. Ooh, there's my book box. This is beat to heck because I've had this at least since 2013. At least I think that's the oldest iteration of this box. Wait, 2014. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is old. This is old AF. But this is like the perfect size to hold Charlie and Clow. So snug. I love it. But I haven't been able to find any other shoe boxes that fit that. Even the like fancy looking boxes. Hold on. Oh. Here, I'll show this. These sorts of boxes, the ones that are available at Michael's for like $2 a pop or so, these not quite big enough to hold Charlie and Clow copies, unfortunately. Or to house any of the sketchbook copies side by side. There we go. Okay. With the book box, I separate all the titles with slips of copy paper. So I learned after housing copies of the Case of the Wendigo in this box, if you do not separate the books with office paper, the covers will scuff, and that's not good. Thoughtful dinosaur there. Charlie and Cloud the bonus arc next. Then Roxy. Unfortunately, because of the way the boxes sit, I can't really stack Roxy like this lengthways. I gotta stack it this ways. Are they all? Yes. They're alternating. Spines alternate. Good. Okay. Dance Macabre is going to go in its own tote bag. But we choose. Split the pile in half. One half goes on this end of the box, the other half goes on this end of the box. So that it looks like so. I'm going to do the same for dragons. So I have a bunch of copies of dragons. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. Okay. So 2, 4, 6, 8 on this end. 9 on that end. And the 2 copies I have left of Gods and Spirits. Doing it that way. And that goes. These Jamie Roberts stickers tend to float. Sometimes they'll be in the bottom milk crate here. Sometimes I'll put them in the other shoebox. This time I'm going to put them in the book box because there's a little bit more room in the book box for these. Ah. Don't. That's better. Okay. I just didn't want that falling mid-sentence. Aw. Yeah, go ahead and rest, Callie. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry that your head hurts. Yeah, this'll repost on YouTube. Don't worry about missing the last half of this stream. You're fine. Go ahead and rest up. Alright, we got this book box here. Closing up these book displays here. Nice thing is I have small ones and big ones of these, and they can nest. Okay. Got that. And the cash box always goes on the bottom of this top milk crate because it's the heaviest. We're going to take apart this book display here in a minute. First, putting away these pins and the dice bags. Just catching up on comments. Trying to think of any noteworthy convention stories that I might have that are not connected to put and play. I could talk about put and play for days, but yeah, trying to think of something else. So I have so many of these Dragon Baby keychains that I have 2 bags, and I don't remember which bag I pulled this one from. So I'm going to take a second to count. Okay. Pulled it from this one. Should really just combine them into the same bag. I just haven't done that yet. Here's Dragon Baby Pride pins. I am hoping to do more Pride pin designs like this one. That's going to be next, hopefully. And I set aside some corkboard because I was thinking, hey, I could display my acrylic pins and keychains on this thing. I just haven't set that up yet. That'll be soon. That there. Okay. Thankfully, dice bags are soft and squishy. First, I probably should be looking at some of the details of, because there were some purchases made during this live stream. I should probably get some details of those before I pack everything fully away. We'll leave the lid off of this one. Okay, taking my bookmarks, because they go in the same box as the stickers and dice bags. There's my phone. Put you there. And this is my home for my square readers now, both the swiper and the chip reader. I have two. Okay, now for the wizardry that is taking apart this unit. Gets a little easier every time. You don't want to force it though.
Hi, Bree.
Freebird just came zooming in. Ooh. Okay, we got one leg free, 2 legs free, 3 legs free. Shaboom! If you're wondering where I got that display, check out, I'm pretty sure it's clearbookdisplays.com. I'll double check that. The home for the clear book display thing also tends to float, but for the time being. Okay. Oh. Well. Again, there were some purchases made during the stream. Normally I would fold up the tablecloth and put it in that bottom milk crate on top of all of the books. I'm not going to do that quite yet. I'm going to double check sales and stuff. And also, we've got about a half an hour left. I'm going to take a second to revel in that it took me just a half an hour to break all that down. Because even if the setup did not take half an hour, I don't think it did. Bree? It is really nice to be able to break down in half an hour. Because, like, I used to have a more complicated setup than this with the spinner rack, which I have officially donated the spinner rack that I used to house my mini comics in. Because I don't do mini comic sales at conventions anymore. Bree? I saw you in the webcam. I know you're... No! I know what you're plotting. I know what you're plotting, you mischievous little booger. Oh, you slow blink at me all you want. I know what you're up to, little missy. Nothing. One second. Yeah, this is usually, well, I don't count the monies at the show itself. I usually count the monies once I make it back to the hotel or back to the couch that I'm crashing on. But I have to bother my baby.
Hey, baby. Yes, I have to bother the baby. Yes, I have to bother the baby. Come here, I must bother the baby.
And away she goes.
What? What? You want to walk away now?
Okay. Whew. All right. Man, my tablet got dusty. I don't know how that happened. I'm gonna move some stuff. Including the camera. Move the angle up a little bit. And breathe. Breathe. Yes, I see you. No.
Breathe. Breathe. You want to sleep in your lap?
Reaper's being extra fussy. Probably because she wants me to pay more attention to her. She wants me to eat. Whatever it takes.
Breathe.
It is now play with the cat hour.
Breathe.
Oh, here she comes.
Oh, here she comes.
Oh, this was what she wanted.
She's just going to chase Mousy.
Oh, this cat. Again, I hardly have to move it half the time. She provides her own centrifugal force.
Go, baby.
The trap has been successfully sprung.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I know you're a fussy baby. Mm-hmm. And yet I successfully caught you. Yes? Mm-hmm.
She's not running away. She tells me that she wanted cuddles.
You hear that, baby? Jessica just called you a cute kitty.
She does not know. She does not know what things you have plotted. Against the squirrels in particular. It was a snatch and grab. I have gotten very good at snatch and grabs with this cat. Thankfully, I've not had to do the snatch and grab for administering medicine. I've been able to sneak it into some of her wet food.
Although you would never know.
And now she has a chair.
And now you have a chair. Mm-hmm. Yep. Want to stay in that chair? Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Bree Bree's going to take the chair, so I'm going to plug this desk back in and I'm going to move the desk up.
Yes, my baby. You can settle.
Okay, motor engage in 3, 2. I think about there. Okay. I will double check the sales. I'm not going to read them out loud, but I will double check them just to see what it is that I need to pull. Because the convention stuff, the stuff that I just showed off for the last few hours, is what's also in the Ko-fi shop. So once I double check the Ko-fi shop stuff, I can pull that aside from the convention gear, and I can start packaging it up and shipping it out to folks. I love these comments. Rise, rise! Launching Eva now. What has science done? Y'all are great. I love it. Okay, now to co-fi.com to double check a few things. Ooh. Okay. Oh. I see Carrie's notes. Thank you for the note. That was very sweet. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna pull aside that. Jessica, while you're on stream, I would like a point of clarification because I know what one references. Could you clarify what you mean by comic book dragon? Because there were a couple of things that I showed that could fit that qualification. Just let me know what you meant by comic book dragon. But I can pull some of the other stuff. Go figure one of the things requires getting into the bottom milk crate to do. Okay. Wait! I know what you mean by comic book dragon now! It took me a minute! I know what you mean now. I get it. Again, took me a minute. Yeah, dragon laying on the comic book boxes with the background of comic store. Yep, that. As soon as I thought of the prints and the mini prints, that was when I remembered. So that's my bad. But yeah, pulled one aside for you. We got that, and there was another one of these that I got to pull for somebody else. I'm gonna double check it. Cool. Okay. Okay, just making sure I didn't accidentally bend it. Okay, I think that's all of the things. Absolutely. Thank you for your contribution, Holy Banana Pants. With that, I will say the Ko-fi donations and the sales ran made up for, like, it covered the $50 table fee I had originally paid plus some. So thank you all so much for making that possible, and thank you for, just making this live stream worth it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. With the little extra that was made today, I'm going to use that for getting wet treats for the Bri so that she can keep getting the medicine that she needs. It has been an awesome Comic-Con. Thank you so much. This was one of the better Comic-Con experiences I've ever had, and not just because it happened in my living room / studio space. So thank you all for that. We're not quite at stream wrap up yet. I'm going to double check a few things. Oop. Coolios. Okay, just double checking that I was not missing anything. Cool. Whew. Let's all collectively take a sip of tea or water. The comments, but the lines! I don't miss the lines. I don't miss the lines at all. All right. So, this would usually be the time that at any other Comic-Con I would have had everything packed up and in the car, and I would be making my way back home. Most times, whenever I make it back home, that's when I update my inventory, note what sales that I made, and take care of all that stuff. Today, I'm going to do that as well. Now, the sales were great. They're not the same as, like, making an in-person convention appearance, but they were nice, so thank you for that. Thankfully, that means inventory updating is not going to take nearly as long as it usually does. Because I've definitely had it happen where updating the inventory or calculating all the sales and things and figuring out, like, what cost versus profit was, like, that whole process often takes me, like, 2.5 hours. I've had it take up to 3 before. It's a lot of time. So I will say this process is going to be much shorter, so I appreciate that. Because it's going to be shorter, I think I'm going to spend more time today updating the Ko-fi shop, making sure that the stuff that I showcased that I was like, inventory is not going to be accurate, I'm going to make sure the inventory is accurate. And also list some things up on the Ko-fi shop that I featured today that were not officially on the Ko-fi shop yet. So I'm going to take some time to just update the store, make sure stuff's listed that needs to be listed, all that. This would be fun for virtual autograph signings. I'll go ahead and do some of that. Angle the camera down. Disconnect the tablet here. It is a Wacom N204 for anyone curious. I sold 2 mini prints during the stream, so I'll go ahead and sign those. For signing things, I like to go with like a fancier pen. This time I'm going to go with a Tombow Fudenosuke. This is my go-to drawing pen, but it is really good for autographing things. Okay. That didn't take too long. And there we go. Just the camera angle. I'm gonna tuck some things away. Cool. Okay. Once all that's taken care of, I'll put the tablecloth away and all that stuff. Whew. All right. Trying to think of any other like frequently asked questions. If you have any questions for me about showcasing at comic conventions, artist alleys, anything like that, feel free to ask them in the chat. Oh, good. This was my second cup of tea today. I might just have a third. The selection, both times, that has been decaf Earl Grey. Ooh, question. Where did you get that awesome vest? So, this vest, trying to remember, because this one and another vest that I have, which are pretty similar, have 2 different acquisition stories. I think this one was an acquisition by trade, and not trade at a Comicon. When I worked at my first Michaels store, somebody came up with the idea of, let's have a swap. So they took some like personal belongings, like clothes, purses, that sort of thing, and other folks got in on the action too. So they would bring their clothes, purses, anything that they had that they wanted to rehome, but, you know, didn't want to send it to Goodwill. They would bring it to this swap that we had in the stock room. There was just this dedicated space for everybody to bring in the stuff that they didn't want to send to Goodwill, but they wanted to find a new home for. And I saw this and I went, I know some things that fit that criteria, and I really want this vest because this vest was in the lineup. And so I don't remember what I traded for this, but I traded something to get this vest. The only drawback with this vest is that it has no side pockets and no inner pockets either. So it's just, and these chest pockets are somewhat functional, but you have to, good luck unbuttoning this thing. They're basically decorative, but I do really like the spikes on these. They're very nice. I do have a couple of other jeans related jackets like in the closet, and I have another vest in my other closet. Like there's a coat closet back here, and then there's my personal closet in my bedroom, and I still have like spikes like these. I have extras of these. This vest came with the spikes on them, so that was really nice. But I do have extra spikes that I can put on clothing if I wanted to. And I think I might bedazzle some of my coats. Heck, I might bedazzle this a little bit more. We'll see. Because I've had the idea of adding more patches and pins to this vest and having this be like my punk vest and wearing this over top of other things. Oh, I love clothes swaps. My friend, a friend of mine from college, Chloe. If you're watching this, Chloe, hi, Chloe. But Chloe came over yesterday and we had a book swap. Because she was like, I have a whole bunch of books. I don't want to donate these to anybody else yet. I wanted to see if any of you wanted these first before I brought them to the library. And I was like, I'll take a look. So that's how I got a bunch of books. Let me get the stack and I'll show you. So 2 of these are borrows, and I'm going to give them back to her as soon as I'm done with them. The 2 that I'm borrowing are Blue Period Volume 2 and Blue Period Volume 3, because I read Volume 1, and oh my god, I love this series. At least I love Volume 1. The premise of this is it's about a high schooler who feels pretty listless in life, and he's like, what's the point of putting effort into anything? And then he discovers art, and he gets absolutely obsessed with art, and just that eagerness and obsession with art is why I love this series so much. It's about a newbie falling in love with something that asks a lot of skill but makes you go, challenge accepted. And I love this series so much for that. So highly recommend Blue Period. It's named after the Pablo Picasso series of paintings called the Blue Period, because Pablo Picasso is an artistic influence on the main character in later volumes. I also have the first 5 volumes of Noragami, Stray God. I had heard of this series before. I will say I wasn't too interested in reading this until I read Volume 1 of Heaven Official's Blessing, which is a like wuxia boys' love story. Very Chinese. Read Volume 1 of that and went, the prose is not super duper great, but it's got some interesting ideas. But the premise of Heaven Official's Blessing is there's a god who has ascended and then he fell. And then he ascended again and then he fell. And then he ascended a 3rd time and then he fell. And he's now at his 3rd or 4th attempt. And the story basically follows him on this latest attempt trying to get his divinity back and figuring out how to get that divinity back. And that usually entails doing divine favors. And that's also the pitch of Noragami, Stray God. It's just Heaven Official's Blessing and Noragami approach it in 2 different ways. So Heaven Official's Blessing is also a boys' love story because the god who ascended and descended gets the attention of a ghost king, and in that world, ghosts are kind of the equivalent of demons. I say kind of because it's not quite equivalent, but he attracts the attention of a ghost king in like a I want to get to know you kind of way. Noragami, I don't think, has that kind of plot line, but Noragami is about a stray god who's trying to get his own shrine up, and so he's offering to do small jobs to get monies so that he can build a temple for himself. So kind of similar. So I'm looking forward to reading this one. Very much an episodic adventure. I like episodic adventures. I also have Beastar Volume 1 because I want to get what the hype is. I really want to understand what the hype is. I did see Beastars Season 1 Abridged that Team 4-Star put out, and I'm like, okay, color me curious. So, Volume 1. Heard of this one, looking forward to reading it. Unicorns Aren't Horny by Semi Ikuta. I had heard of this one. I don't remember how, but I heard about this book and I was like, this sounds silly. I want to read it. It has unicorns. What could go wrong? So, that's adorable. It's also put out by Seven Seas Entertainment. Incidentally, the same people that put out Heaven Official's Blessing. They also put out Road Queen by, and I cannot remember the artist's name, but they put out Road Queen, and Road Queen is quite good. This is Grimoire Noir, and really looking forward to reading this one, because look at this art. Look at it! It's so pretty! Oh my gosh. I don't even know what the premise of this is. Oh, it's about a teenager. Bucky Orson is a bit gloomy, but who isn't at 15? His best friend left him to hang out with way cooler friends. His dad is the town sheriff, and wait for it, he lives in Blackwell, a town where all the girls are witches. But when his little sister is kidnapped because of her extraordinary power, Bucky has to get out of his own head and go on a strange journey to investigate the small town that gives him so much grief. In the process, he uncovers the town's painful history and a conspiracy that will change it forever. Then descriptors about, like, oh, this book is beautifully enchanting. Oh, hey, it's put out by First Second. Okay, that explains why it's, like, very pretty. Vera Green Tea and Yana Bogach. These are two creators I've not heard of before. Oh, Yana's a freelancer. That's how I have not heard of her yet, because I haven't come across her yet. Vera Green Tea is a new one to me. Low-key, a little surprised that the Vera was not Vera Broskell, but Vera Broskell does a very different genre of story. Tyson Hesse's Diesel Ignition. This, I had a copy of this once upon a time, before I moved into this new apartment. Then I had to rehome that copy, and then Chloe was like, hey, do you want this? And I was like, yes, because I need to replenish some copies that I had to rehome in the move, and I'm so glad that this was one of the volumes I was able to reacquire. I'm looking forward to reading this one. Because, like, look at this art. Look at this art. It's, yes, right up my alley. And, last acquisition, Welcome to Night Vale, a novel by Joseph Fink and Jeffrey Craner. This one I've been wanting to read for a while because I was listening to Welcome to Night Vale for a while, and then I fell off of it, but still want to read it. Patrick Rothfuss gives quotes for praise a lot, I've noticed. Because Patrick Rothfuss gave praise for this. He gave praise for An Absolutely Remarkable Thing by Hank Green. He gave praise for a bunch of other books. I'm not going to hold it against him for him, like, reading other people's copies and giving praise when he hasn't written anything. I get it. I get the whole wanting to take a break from writing to focus on other things. I'll let other people shame him for that. I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying that other people would shame somebody for doing that sort of thing, because, like, creatives need breaks. And the breaks can take however long that they take. Like, I did not do any live streams for nearly a month, if not longer. So, bumping into things. Excuse me. Scrape my finger against a sharp bit of wood. That hurt. No, I'll be fine. All right, we are getting to 4 o'clock, so that's about where I want this stream to wrap up. before I get into post announcements. Yeah, catching up on comments. Yeah, oh yeah, especially when a level of fame pushes expectations. Absolutely. Fame does things to people, and people don't know that. Success does things to people, and people don't know that. Like, people talk about, like, prepare yourself for failure. Nobody ever says prepare yourself for success. All right. Now, thank you all so much for watching this unusually long stream of mine. This is much longer than other streams I have done before. We did have some tech issues partway through, but I appreciate you holding out for me. And I appreciate you just hanging out as long as you did. Thank you to everybody who supported me on Ko-fi. Thank you to everybody who participated in the chat. Thank you to everybody who watched, whether you were lurking or working or chatting or sharing. I appreciate all of it. Thank you all so much. Now, I don't usually stream on Sundays. I only streamed today because the convention I was originally going to showcase at decided to cancel and not tell me. So I decided to just take that time slot and do a live stream instead. So that's what I did. So don't expect this to be a regular occurrence. But that said, if there are instances where there's another convention and then they cancel at the last minute, I'll do another stream like this one, because I think that would be a lot of fun. With that said, my usual streaming schedule is Tuesdays and Saturdays at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that will be true for this week. This week I am streaming on Tuesday and Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be drawing character art, because that's what I usually do on these live streams now, is I draw characters from start to finish. The Tuesday stream is going to be connected to a secret video project that has been on the back burner for a while, and I'm hoping to finish it this week. We'll see. But with that said, any other updates that you would like to keep up with, you can check them out at ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford, or you can go to kelseydcrawford.com. All of my social media links will also be there. That includes things like Instagram, Patreon, TikTok, Tumblr. Pretty sure a Tumblr link is on there, and a few other things. All of that is on my website, and also ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. If you saw any of the books, stickers, or other merch, and you thought, wow, I want to get that, ko-fi.com/Kelsey D. Crawford. There we go. Angles correctly. Right over here. And click on shop. It's all listed there. I will be updating it later today to add things to the shop that I had highlighted but not made listings for yet. I'll make listings for those and put them up on my store. So, with that all done and out of the way, thank you so much for watching. I will catch you Tuesday at 2 p.m. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all of your support. You are awesome.